than the Director, Public Building and Housing Development, Quantity Surveyor, Pemi Temi Tokbe. A round of applause to welcome him, please. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. And of course, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development as well is being represented here this morning at this occasion by another town planner. I'm happy she's a woman. We're proudly women here. The women in the house, can you please give her a round of applause? And that is town planner Margaret Adejobi. Mom, we're honored to have you as the woman there. She is the director in charge of a department in the ministry. And also we've got our paper presenters already in the house as well. I'm aware we have already in the house Professor Kemiki Olurotimi, the Dean of Environmental Sciences, Federal University of Technology, Mina. Sir, could you please kindly come forward? The ushers, please could you move him to the front seat with a round of applause? Thank you. Professor Olurotimi Kemiki. Is he here in the house? Oh, okay, he's coming. And also we have in the house already seated another paper presenter, Professor Iyenemi Ibimina Kakula. Are you here, sir? Professor Kakula. A round of applause to bring him to the front seat. Thank you. Other stakeholders here present, directors of the ministry here present, assistant directors, deputy directors, stakeholders of this event, and other very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are all warmly welcome to this 20th African International Housing Show with the theme, Housing Solutions for Low-Income and Informal Workers in Africa. We are deeply sorry we are starting at this time, but we got to move fast now. We are going to be standing up to take the national anthem. And after that, we are going to be taking goodwill messages. So may we all please rise. DJ, are you ready to give us the national anthem, please? Thank you. The national anthem, are we ready, DJ? Thank you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
May we please give to the round of applause for our country, Nigeria. Can we give a round of applause to our country, Nigeria, please? It's our country, is green and beautiful. Proudly, Nigeria. Going forward now in our program, we are going to be taking goodwill messages. Please welcome Professor Kemiki Olurotimi, please, with a round of applause. Thank you very much. We are going to be taking goodwill messages now, and we are starting with the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, and that is in the person of Dr. Shrive Mohammed Lamido Belgore. May I also respectfully recognize, already seated in the hall, Professor Timothy G. Nubi, FNIVS. Is he here? Sir, please could you move to the front seat? Thank you. Also, we have in the house already Professor Aliyu Salisu Barao. Sir, could you please come to the front seat with a round of applause? Are you here, sir? Professor Barao, are you here? Okay, he will join us as we move forward. So for our goodwill messages, we are going to be having the welcome address first to be presented to us now by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Dr. Shrive Mohammed Lamido Belgore, NPON, OON, the Transformative Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, being represented here this morning by our beautiful sister, Town Planner Margaret Adejobi. A round of applause to welcome her. A round of applause to welcome her to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Minister, Engineer Mukhtar Brabe, the Minister of State, Alhaji Atta, directors of the ministry present, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to deliver the Permanent Secretary's opening remarks, who is unavoidably absent, is on another assignment, and he sent his greetings, his regards to everyone here. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development Day at the 20th Africa International Housing Show. On behalf of the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, the management and staff of the ministry, I extend warm greetings to our distinguished guests, development partners, representatives of state governments, professional bodies, private sector, shareholders, financial institutions, academia, traditional institutions, civil society organizations, and participants from across Africa and beyond. I wish to commend the organizer of the Africa International Housing Show for sustaining this important platform over the years and for providing a valuable forum for dialogue, collaboration, innovation, and knowledge sharing on housing and urban development issues affecting our continent. The theme of this year's conference, Housing Solutions for Low-Income and Informal Workers in Africa, speaks directly to one of the most pressing development challenges facing Africa today. Indeed, housing remains a fundamental human need and a critical component of social and economic development. Yet, millions of Africans, particularly low-income earners and informal sector workers, continue to face significant barriers in accessing decent, affordable, and secure housing. It is therefore fitting that the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development has dedicated its participation today to examine the critical role of land administration under the theme Land as a Tool for Affordable Housing for Low-Income Earners and Informal Workers in Africa. Distinguished participants, no discussion on affordable housing can be complete without addressing the issue of land. Land is the foundation upon which all housing development takes place. It is impossible to provide affordable housing where land is inaccessible, undocumented, insecure, or expensive. Across Africa, one of the greatest obstacles to affordable housing delivery is not necessarily the absence of housing policies or financial mechanisms, but the challenges associated with land administration. These challenges include difficult access to land, lengthy title registration processes, high transaction costs, inadequate land information systems, multiple ownership claims, weak documentation and record management, insecure tenure arrangements. These constraints affect low-income earners and informal workers who often lack the financial resources and institutional support required to navigate complex land administrative systems. As a result, many citizens are forced into informal settlement and unplanned development, thereby perpetuating cycles of poverty, insecurity, and urban exclusion. Africa's workforce is largely driven by the informal sector. The market women, artisans, transport operators, farmers, traders, craftsmen, and small-scale entrepreneurs constitutes a significant proportion of our population and contributes to national economies. However, this same group remains among the most excluded from formal housing system. Many cannot access conventional mortgage finance. Many do not possess documented land rights. Many build over a long period without access to basic infrastructure or formal support systems. The challenge before us is therefore clear. How do we create housing system that work for ordinary Africans? How do we ensure that housing policies respond to the realities of low-income earners rather than being designed solely around formal employment structures? The answer in part lies in transforming land administration system to become more inclusive, transparent, efficient, and accessible. The Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development has recognized that effective land administration is central to achieving affordable housing objectives. Accordingly, the ministry is implementing several reforms aimed at modernizing land governance and improving access to land. Chief among these initiatives is the Nigeria Land Titling Registration and Documentation Program. The program seeks to improve security of tenure, increase land registration, modernize land administration systems, reduce land disputes, enhance transparency, unlock the economic value of land assets, facilitate access to housing finance. The program is designed to support state governments in strengthening land administration system while respecting their constitutional responsibility under the Land Use Act. We believe that by improving land documentation and registration, millions of Nigerians will be better positioned to access housing opportunities and participate meaningfully in the formal economy. Land is much more than a physical asset. Land is a tool for wealth creation, economic empowerment, social stability, investment promotion, and poverty reduction. For a low-income family, a secure land title can represent protection from eviction, increased property value, access to credits, and improved livelihood opportunities. When properly administered, land becomes a catalyst for inclusive growth and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings me to the importance of digital land administration. The future of land administration lies in technology. Across the world, governments are leveraging digital solutions to improve land governance. Nigeria is pursuing several initiatives, including electronic certificates of occupancy, digital land registries, geography information systems, centralized land information platforms, digital cadastral system. This reform will reduce transaction costs, improve efficiency, enhance transparency, reduce corruption, improve service delivery. Most importantly, they will make land administration more accessible to ordinary citizens. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the challenges before us require collective actions. Government alone cannot solve Africa's housing deficit. We must strengthen collaboration among federal and state governments, development partners, financial institutions, private sector developers, professional bodies, community organizations. Together, we must develop innovative solutions that makes land and housing more accessible to low-income earners and informal workers. Today's discussions provide an important opportunity to examine existing barriers within land administration system, share experience and best practices from across Africa, identify practical reforms, explore innovative approaches to affordable housing delivery, strengthening collaboration among stakeholders. I am confident that the insights generated from today's session will contribute significantly to shaping future policies and programs aimed at improving housing outcomes for millions of Africans. In conclusion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we commit today's deliberation, let us remember that affordable housing begins with accessible land. If we are to provide sustainable housing solutions for low-income earners and informal workers, we must ensure that land administration system become instruments of inclusion rather than barriers to opportunity. The Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development remains committed to advancing reforms that will strengthen land governance, improve security of tenure, promote affordable housing, and support inclusive economic growth. It is my sincere hope that today's discussions will generate practical recommendations capable of transforming the housing landscape across Africa. Once again, I welcome you all and wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you and God bless you. God bless the Republic of Nigeria. God bless Africa.
I think that little applause is for little me. Can we give her a round of applause, please? Thank you very much. Our sister Margaret, she has told us the PAMSEC have assured us that secured land title is meant for growth and development for low-income earners in the informal sector. And of course, with such secured land titles, we are going to be sure of a collateral that an informal sector owner can use for their personal growth. I think that's a good one. Please, can we give them another round of applause? And also, we heard from her that government is making efforts to make sure that all of these informations, all of these data are digitalized. And of course, that will ensure better growth and better benefit for all of us. Please, another round of applause for her. While she was delivering her welcome address, the back end of this event, the Director, Lands and Housing Development himself, Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Mr. Collins Alabi walked in. Please, can we welcome him with a round of applause? Thank you very much. Also, as she was speaking, another very important dignitary came in, and that is in the person of the President, Nigeria Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, and that is in the person of Mohammed Ali Baturi. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. And also, we got another panelist who walked in, and that is in the person of Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Aki Okpatola. A round of applause to welcome him as well. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. Going forward in our program in our hands, we are going to be taking the goodwill message by none other than the President, Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, and that is in the person of Ali Mohammed Baturi. A round of applause for him as he comes on board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister, Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Dr. Mutakar Abidarma, distinguished members of the Board of African International Housing Show, directors and officers in the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, distinguished guests, highly knowledgeable resource persons, distinguished members of the Board of African International Housing Show, critical stakeholders in the housing sector across the globe, delegates and participants, ladies and gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with honor and delight that I am here today to offer a goodwill message to the 20th edition of African International Housing Show, the largest housing and construction event in Africa. I would like to join the distinguished members of the Board of Africa International Housing Show to welcome to this auspicious event the chief host, Nigeria's Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, His Excellency Dr. Muttaqi Dharma, distinguished guests, resource persons, critical stakeholders in the housing sector across the world, delegates and participants, the fourth estate of the realm, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate once more the Board of Africa International Housing Show for organizing this important event and for bringing this great audience, an array of highly distinguished personalities from every part of the world to Nigeria. May I acknowledge the significance and appropriateness of the theme for this pivotal edition of Africa International Housing Show, which is Housing Solutions for Low-Income and Informal Workers in Africa. Permit me to remind us that the role of housing to healthy living, security, and social well-being cannot be overemphasized. This year's shows aims at spotlighting innovative, sustainable strategies, practical reforms, and initiatives that will drive an accelerated affordable housing delivery to people at the lower end, that is, the low-income earners and informal workers across the continent of Africa. This event, I believe, shall in addition be addressing the critical foundations required for attaining the central focus of this edition, which is the issue of land policy, land administration, and land reform, with the aim of removing the bottleneck they pose in housing provision in Nigeria and Africa at large. I would like to also use this opportunity to commend the renewed hope housing agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration in Nigeria. This agenda, which targets varying income brackets and specific vulnerable groups, and which aims to deliver 100,000 housing units nationwide, is a well-thought-out initiative. I will, however, call on the government to strengthen its housing policy, come up with a more robust, concerted, and pragmatic approach to addressing housing challenges, such that will enhance and accelerate housing delivery, particularly to the less privileged, within the shortest possible time. Such policies should be tailored at strengthening institutional structures and framework at all levels of government, land titling procedure, the mortgage system, and must also incorporate the private sector critical stakeholders and professional organizations in the built environment, which include the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, Nigerian Institute of Builders, Nigerian Institute of Town Planners, Nigerian Institute of Architects, Nigerian Society for Engineers, also Association of Housing Corporations of Nigeria, among others. Distinguished delegates and participants, you all agree with me that there is urgent need to address the housing challenges in Africa and plan for future housing delivery. Furthermore, Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers will continue to collaborate with the government of Nigeria for the realization of its housing delivery goals. The institution will be engaging the government more robustly, particularly on the renewed home housing agenda, providing credible and reliable property valuations to ensure fair market values for pricing of housing affordability, stepping up advocacy for land reforms, streamline land titling, and removal of all bottlenecks in land administration and availability of housing development, which will ultimately lower housing development costs. Our commitment to these roles is to ensure sustainability and long-term impact of the government initiative in addressing housing provision and affordability for the low-income and informal workers. The time is now to go beyond rhetorics of homes. The time is now to make affordable housing for all, particularly the low-income and informal workers in Nigeria and indeed Africa in the long run. To the Board of Africa International Housing Shows, we share a common commitment, and we are determined to work harmoniously with you, other professional stakeholders, and concerned Nigerians in a pleasant and pragmatic manner to facilitate housing delivery in Nigeria and indeed in Africa. My belief is that Recommendations emanating from this outing will renew commitment of government and stakeholders to housing provision and delivery to the low-income and informal workers in Africa. I wish to once again congratulate the organizers of this show and for coming up with a timely and very appropriate theme. NAIVS shares with you the determination to ensure that housing provisions happens now, and would like to assure you that you can count on our partnership and collaboration in this process. I thank you all for listening, please. Thank you very much.
Can we please give him a better round of applause? Thank you very much, because he has assured us that they are ready to partner with government to make sure this happens. Thank you very much. May I, with great respect, because for media coverage, we need to have a good sitting arrangement. May I please, with great respect, request that those of us sitting on the back rows, please, let's move forward. Any empty chair in front of you, please fill it up. Thank you very much. Can we quickly do that, please? Thank you. While I take recognition, standing on already established protocol, may I recognize Town Planner Kehinde Augustine Salihu Otaru, the DG of Kogi State Bureau of Lands. Are you here? Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you. Also already in the hall is Ex-State Surveyor and Valuer Ishaya Usman, Deputy Director Lands, GOGIS. A round of applause for him. Thank you. And also we have in the house Estate Surveyor and Valuer Idogesen Akpan, President IRWA. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. I'm deeply humbled to have you honor my kind request to fill up the seats in front of you. Please give yourselves a good round of applause. Thank you so much, beautiful ladies and gentlemen. In our program right now, we've got the Honorable Minister himself, Engineer Matake Rabi Dharma, PhD, who is coming to give us the keynote address. But he's been represented here this morning suitably as well by the Director in charge of Public Building and Housing Development, none other than Quantity Surveyor Temi Tokbe Bemi. Is he here? A round of applause for him, please. That's the Honorable Minister. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Housing and Urban Development, ably represented by the Director and HOD, Urban and Regional Development, Town Planner Margaret Adejobi, the Directors of Land and Housing Development, my brother Collins Alabi, the Directors of the Ministry, and other MDAs present, the resource persons, distinguished dignitaries, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pemi Temitope, and I'm here to represent the Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Engineer Motaka Rabi Dama. He was here on Tuesday to declare this event open, but he's engaged in other national assignments, and I would like to go straight to his speech. It is my distinct honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering on the occasion of the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development Day at the 20th Africa International Housing Show. I warmly welcome all the policymakers, development partners, investors, financial institutions, housing professionals, researchers, traditional institutions, and other stakeholders whose unwavering commitment continue to shape the future of housing and urban development across our continent. I commend the organizers of the Africa International Housing Show for sustaining this important platform over the past 2 decades. The AISH has become Africa's most foremost forum for dialogue, for partnership, for innovation, and for investment in the housing sector, providing practical solutions to one of the continent's most pressing developmental challenges. The theme for today's session, Land as a Tool for Affordable Housing for Low-Income Earners and Informal Workers in Africa, aptly reflects a critical reality. No affordable housing policy can succeed without an efficient, accessible, transparent, and secure land administration system. Land remains the foundation upon which housing delivery, urban development, economic prosperity, and social inclusion are built. Across Africa, rapid urbanization continues to place enormous pressure on our cities. The demand for decent housing is increasing at a pace that far exceeds supply, resulting in growing housing deficits, expanding informal settlements, rising land values, and increasing pressure on urban infrastructure. These challenges disproportionately affect low-income households and the millions of Africans who earn their livelihood within the informal sector. This segment of our population, including artisans, traders, transport operators, farmers, market women, young entrepreneurs, and other small-scale business owners, constitute the productive backbone of our economies, yet they remain among the least served by conventional housing finance systems and formal land administration processes. Many are unable to obtain secure land titles, access mortgage finance, or navigate the complexities associated with land acquisition and documentation. Consequently, the dream of home ownership remains beyond the reach of many hardworking citizens. It is therefore imperative that we reposition land administration as a strategic instrument for delivering affordable housing by simplifying land administration processes, reducing the cost of land transaction, strengthening tenure security, and embracing digital technologies. Government can significantly lower the cost of housing delivery while expanding access to finance and encouraging private sector investment. In Nigeria, the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, under the Renew Hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has prioritized reforms aimed at making land administration more efficient, transparent, and investment friendly. Central to this effort is the Nigerian Land Titling, Registration and Documentation Program, which seeks to expand land registration, improve tenure security, modernize land administration systems, unlock the economic value of land assets, and facilitate greater access to housing finance. The program is being implemented in close collaboration with state governments in full recognition of their constitutional responsibility for land administration under the Land Use Act. The role of the federal government is to provide policy coordination, technical support, common standards, institutional capacity building, and digital framework that will strengthen land governance across the Federation. In addition, the ministry is advancing the digital transformation of land administration through the deployment of geographic information system, digital cadastral mapping, electronic land records, and decentralized land repository management system. These reforms are designed to improve efficiency, reduce processing time, minimize administrative bottlenecks, enhance transparency, and build public confidence in land administration. However, land reform alone cannot address Africa's housing challenge. We must also adopt housing delivery models that respond to the realities of low-income earners and former workers. This requires expanding cooperative housing schemes, site and services programs, incremental housing development, rent-to-own initiatives, and innovative housing finance mechanisms that accommodate irregular income patterns. Housing policies must be designed around the realities of our people, rather than expecting our people to conform to systems that exclude them. Equally important is the need to strengthen collaboration among governments, development finance institutions, the private sector, professional bodies, and development partners. Sustainable housing delivery requires coordinated investment in infrastructure, improved access to finance, institutional reforms, and innovative public-private partnership that can deliver affordable housing at scale. As we deliberate today, I urge African governments to place land administration reform at the center of the affordable housing strategies. Secure land rights, efficient registration systems, transparent governance, and digital land management are not merely administrative reforms. They are powerful tools for poverty reduction, wealth creation, economic empowerment, and inclusive national development. Our vision is of an Africa where every family has the opportunity to own or access decent housing, where women, where youth, and vulnerable groups enjoy equitable access to land, where land administration systems are transparent and technology-driven, and where housing serves not only as shelter, but also as a catalyst for economic growth, social stability, and national prosperity. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future of affordable housing in Africa will depend not only on the number of houses we build, but also on our collective ability to make land accessible, secured, affordable, and productive for all. By reforming land administration and strengthening partnership, we can unlock unprecedented opportunities for investment, home ownership, and inclusive urban development. The Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development remains committed to working with state governments, development partners, the private sector, and all stakeholders to transform Nigeria's housing landscape and contribute meaningfully to Africa's sustainable urban development agenda. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, I wish you fruitful deliberation, a successful Federal Ministry Day at this landmark 20th Africa International Housing Show. Thank you for your kind attention. God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless Africa.
Please, can we give the minister another round of applause? In his keynote address, I heard myself that the repositioning of the reforms that is going on is going to affect women like me and youths and everyone. That gives me hope that you have a land title, you have an equitable position to acquire property. Please, can you give him another round of applause? Thank you very much. While he was delivering his keynote address, a really high-profile dignitary came in here. I must say here, I am deeply humbled, yet honored to have Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, walk into this hall. Can we please welcome him? Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And also, while he came in as well, another dignitary came in, and that is in the person of Professor Nubi. Can we please welcome him? Thank you so much for being here. And also, I want to quickly make this correction, ma'am, with great respect, that the representative of the permanent secretary is Margaret Adejobi, town planner. She is Director, Urban and Regional Planning. Can we please give her another round of applause? This is proudly a woman. Are the women in the house? Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. We're honored to have you. Now I have been requested to now invite to the podium for presentation of plaques in recognition of good jobs, of excellent delivery of the housing sector, to the Honorable Minister, the Minister of State, and the Permanent Secretary. And that presentation is going to be done by none other, the hard-working coordinator of the Ministry of Lands, the director himself, ESV Collins Alabi. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. That's the man walking behind the scene to make sure all of this happen. Congratulations, sir.
I would like to say good morning to every one of us again, especially our distinguished personalities. Without much ado, I humbly request the Permanent Secretary, ably represented by the Director, Urban and Regional Development, to come to the podium for the award. In that same stead, I humbly request the Director, Planning, Research, and Statistics to step to the podium to receive the plaque on behalf of the Honorable Minister of State. Please come. I will gladly request the pleasure of the Director, Public Building and Housing Development, to come to the podium to pick the plaque presented for the Honorable Minister. Thank you. This is the chairman, Senate Committee, House Committee on Housing. House of Rep Committee on Housing. Abdulmumin Jubri. Abdulmumin Jubri. Maybe you recognize him before I go.
I should do that. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while the presentation was ongoing, we got another very high dignitary walk into the hall. And that is in the person of the chairman, House of Representative Committee on Housing and Urban Development. And that is none other than Honorable Abdul Mumini Jubril. A round of applause to welcome him. Thank you so much, Honorable, for honoring this invitation. Thank you.
It's back to me again. I go into protocols now, recognizing ably the chairman House Committee on Housing and Habitat, His Excellency, Honorable Abdulmumin Jubril, the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Development, ably represented, the Honorable Minister of State, ably represented, the Permanent Secretary, ably represented. I'm aware of the extensive program. Why they won't be able to come to this program this morning? I recognize our father, Chief SAN, who has always been with us for quite a long time and making good presentation on our behalf, Femi Falano. I recognize the chairman, the Board of Estate Surveyors and Valuer, Registration Board of Nigeria. I recognize the president of Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuer. He has given his goodwill message. I recognize our partners, the FIAPSI, ably represented, they are full here. I recognize our partners, the International Right of Way Association. Distinguished personalities here are present from different states across the country. Our other development partners like the World Bank, captains of industry, our professional colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege and honor to address this distinguished gathering at the 20th African International Housing Show. I commend the organizers for sustaining this important platform, which has continued to provide avenue for constructive engagements among governments, professionals, investors, development partners, and other stakeholders on practical solutions for African housing and urban development challenges. The theme for this year's event, Housing Solution for Low-Income and Informal Workers in Africa, is both timely and as well relevant. Across Africa, rapid urbanization, population growth, rural to urban migration, and increasing demand for decent accommodation have continued to widen the housing deficit. The impact is felt mostly severely by the low-income earners and workers in the informal economy, who make up a substantial part of our population, but often remain excluded from the formal land and housing markets. My presentation focuses on land as a tool for affordable housing for low-income earners. This subject is central to the mandate of the Lands and Housing Development Department of the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, because land is the foundation upon which every housing intervention, urban development programs, and infrastructure investment is built. Without accessible, properly documented, well-planned, and serviced land, the objective of providing affordable housing for Nigerians and other African countries will remain difficult to achieve. Introduction. Housing affordability is frequently discussed in relation to building materials, construction technology, mortgage finance, and the cost of labor. While these are important considerations, land remains the first and the most critical input in housing delivery. In many African cities, the cost of land acquisition, title documentation, infrastructure provision, and related transaction charges constitutes a substantial proportion of the total cost of housing development. Where land is scarce, poorly administered, speculative, or inadequately serviced, the cost of housing inevitably rises beyond the reach of the low-income households. For this reason, affordable housing must be supported by effective land governance, transparent land administration, efficient land planning systems, and deliberate policies that make land available for housing development. The importance of land in affordable housing delivery. Land is not merely a physical space on which buildings are erected. It is an economic resource, a source of livelihood, an instrument of wealth creation, a basis for investment, and a critical component of social security. Accessible and secured land directly affects, one, the overall cost of housing delivery, the ability of developers to plan and execute housing projects, access to housing finance and mortgage facilities, infrastructure planning, and urban expansion. Investors' confidence, security of tenure, and social inclusion and poverty reduction. However, land delivery in many African countries continues to be constrained by challenges such as complex administrative procedures, fragmented records, inadequate cadastral information, speculative land practices, weak coordination among institutions, poor infrastructure planning, and limited access to service land. Unless these challenges are addressed, affordable housing will remain inaccessible to a significant proportion of low-income earners and the informal workers. Land challenges as it affects low-income earners. Low-income households faces peculiar barriers in accessing land and housing. Many are unable to afford the high cost of land in urban centers. Otherwise, others live in informal settlements without secure tenure, making them vulnerable to displacement and limiting their abilities to access credits for home improvement or housing development. In several instances, the formal process of land allocation, title registration, and documentation may be too slow, expensive, or difficult for low-income households to navigate. This contributes to the growth of the informal settlements and unplanned urban development. There is therefore a need to reposition the land administration as an instrument of inclusion rather than a barrier to accessible land. I will digress here. Many of our subnationals have come up and taken their bold steps in improving land titling and documentation. And it's a bold step where we are encouraging other subnationals to follow suit so that they can earn quite reasonable revenue for their citizenry. Now, land as a strategic tool for affordable housing. To make land an effective tool for affordable housing delivery, governments at all levels must adopt and coordinated interventions, which foremost, there is the need to increase the supply of service land. Government should proactively identify, acquire, plan, and reserve suitable land for housing development through land banking and strategic land management, where infrastructure such as road, drainage, water supply, electricity, and public facilities is provided in advance, the cost of housing development can be reduced significantly. Secondly, land administration systems must be modernized. Digitization of land records, automation of land-related processes, development of reliable cadastral databases, and transparent procedures for land allocation and title documentation are all essential. This reform will reduce delays, minimize transaction costs, improve transparency, and strengthen investor confidence in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. Thirdly, security of tenure must be strengthened. Secure land rights, encourage households to invest in housing, improve their living conditions, and access to finance. It is important to recognize legitimate interests in land, including customary and communal interests, while ensuring that such interests are integrated into a transparent and legally secured land administration framework. Fourthly, land policies must deliberately support vulnerable and underserved groups in our society, including low-income households, women, youth, persons with disabilities, and workers in the informal sector. Access to land should not be determined solely by income level or social status. It must also reflect the broader objective of building inclusive, safe, and sustainable communities. Fifth, government at all levels must strengthen partnerships with the private developers, financial institutions, cooperative societies, professional bodies, and development partners. Government may provide land, planning support, enabling infrastructure, and regulatory incentives, while the private sector bring in finances, innovation, technical expertise, and efficient project delivery. Nigeria's land administration and housing development efforts. In Nigeria, as it is today, the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development recognizes that effective land administration is fundamental to a successful implementation of the Renew Up agenda for housing and urban development. The lands and housing development is actively pursuing initiatives aimed at improving the management, documentation, utilization, and administration of government lands and landed properties across the country. These efforts include the ongoing inventory, verification, and rationalization of government landed properties across the country. The objective is to establish a reliable and comprehensive property database of federal government land assets, identify underutilized properties, protect government's interests, prevent encroachment, and support the optimal use of land for national development, including housing delivery. The department is also advancing the digitization of the federal land records and the establishment of a secured, efficient, and technology-driven land registry management system. This includes efforts towards implementation of consolidated land registry management system. It is ongoing, which is expected to improve record management, strengthen transparency, facilitate faster processing of land transactions, and support better decision making. In addition, the ministry is promoting improved ground rent administration and compliance by orders of federal government land interests. This is important because ground rent remains a key mechanism for ensuring responsible land use, generating revenue for public infrastructure, and discouraging the holding of land for speculative purposes. The ministry is equally strengthening collaboration with state governments, relevant ministries, departments and agencies, professional institutions, and our development partners. Since land administration in Nigeria involves both federal and state interests, effective coordination is therefore necessary to reduce conflict, harmonize processes, and create more enabling environment for housing development. Furthermore, the ministry supports the National Land Registration and Documentation Program, which seeks to promote land documentation, promote security of tenure, unlock economic value of land assets, and reduce incidents of unregistered, undocumented land interests across the country. These initiatives are designed to reduce bottlenecks in land acquisition and documentation, improve access to land for housing development, and create more transparent, efficient, and investment-friendly land administration environment. I will digress and chip in one or two things here. With the efforts of the World Bank and our development partners, we are on mission to different states across Nigeria, encouraging them of the need of a system that will promote effective land administration in Nigeria. But I can be proud of what Katsina is doing, what Gombe is doing, what Plateau is doing, what Kano is doing, what Kaduna is doing, what Enugu is doing, Lagos, Akwa Ibom, Abia, and a host of them. They are and have already connected to this project, which is awaiting a presidential launch any moment from now. The way forward. Affordable housing cannot be achieved through construction alone. It requires coordinated approach that brings together land administration, urban planning, infrastructure provision, housing finance, legal reforms, institutional strengthening, and strong political commitment. I'm bold to say here that we have received tremendous encouragement from the National Assembly at the upper and at the lower level. So there is need for government at all levels to prioritize the delivery of service land for housing, especially for low-income earners and the informal workers. Housing schemes should be supported by appropriate infrastructure, accessible financing management arrangements, and transparent allocation processes. There is also a need to strengthen housing finance for public servants and low-income earners. In this regard, the proposal to upgrade the federal government housing laws board into a full-fledged housing finance institution deserves serious consideration. Such an institution could provide more structured and accessible housing finance for civil servants, particularly for the development of low-cost housing in Nigeria. The statutory housing contributions made by civil servants could also be more effectively channeled towards sustainable housing finance framework that supports home ownership and housing development. African countries must also embrace modern land management tools, including geographic information systems, digital cadastral systems, automated land registries, land value captured mechanisms, and data-driven planning systems. These tools will improve land governance, reduce fraud, support efficient planning, and promote equitable access to land. Regional cooperation is equally important. African countries can learn from one another by sharing successful land administration models, housing policies, digital innovations, and institutional reforms that have improved access to land and affordable housing. Conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, land is not merely the starting point of housing development. It is the foundation upon which sustainable, inclusive, and affordable cities are built. If Africa is to provide decent and affordable housing for its growing population, particularly the low-income earners and the informal workers, land must be treated as a strategic development resource rather than a barrier to housing delivery. The decisions we make today concerning land governance, documentation, planning, infrastructure, and tenure security will determine whether future generations inherit cities characterized by inclusion, opportunity, and resilience, or cities defined by inequality, informality, and exclusion. We must therefore strengthen our institutions, modernize our land administration systems, protect public land assets, promote transparent land allocation, expand access to service land, and build partnerships that makes affordable housing a reality for all. Today, as we can transform land into a powerful instrument for affordable housing delivery, economic empowerment, and sustainable development across Nigeria and Africa, and it can be so, and we will achieve it. I want to use this medium to thank the organizers of this African International Housing Show for this opportunity that has been granted to the ministry to showcase what we have been doing in terms of land administration. I hereby say you are all welcome. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and God bless Africa. Thank you, and thank you.
Please, can we give him another round of applause? Thank you so very much, the Director, Lands and Housing Development Department of the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, ESV Collins Alabi, doing justice to the topic on land as a tool for affordable housing for low-income earners. May I, with high respect, now request for his goodwill address, the House Committee Chair, Abdul Mumini Jubril, to please give us his goodwill message for a few seconds while the members of the front row, we also join him after his goodwill for a quick group photograph. A hand of applause as he comes to the podium. Thank you. House Committee Chair, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, the Minister of State, Permanent Secretary, all ably represented, very, very distinguished guests and stakeholders in the housing sector. Permit me to be a bit biased to make a specific mention of someone very dear to my heart. Of course, Chief Femi Falana, SAN. And when I explain, you will all understand why, much more than for my own personal reason, he's dear to my heart. You know, I used to be a stubborn young man in the National Assembly. And don't mind me, I was much more younger then. So now I'm old. And when I ran into trouble, he was my lawyer from the beginning and to the end. And I remember at several instances when I completely broke down. I will never forget that day. I went to his hotel room and he saw me going out. He called me back. He tapped my shoulder, and he said, look, 5 years, 10 years from now, when you look back, you'll be proud of everything that you've done. I'm sorry I have to do that digression. First of all, let me commend and thank the organizers of the African Housing Show. I was trying to say, where is Festus? Festus, thank you so much for this. Festus is an example of what an individual and a group of a competent team can put together, born out of vision, commitment, resilience. This, what you are seeing, is something that has been built over a period of 20 years. And let me say this, Festus. You know, the last time I came in here, when I went through the various outlets, you will not even realize that you are in Nigeria. The kind of activities going on, transactions going on, networks that are being built by companies, etc. So let me declare, Festus, that I will lead the charge. Get the chairman of the Senate, get the minister. It is people like you that deserves a national honor, and we will recommend you for that. I'm pretty sure if the president had come to see what is going on here, he will not hesitate for a moment to give you a national honor. Well done. I say this because I want you to continue to do. I know next year you will do much more than this and will all be involved. Back to housing matters. I think we've been doing a lot of talking. We need to now back what we are saying with action. All the time we meet here, we talk. Everybody seems to have solution to the problem. Both the problem of the housing sector, land administration, affordable housing, cheap housing, low-cost houses, expensive one, whatsoever, however you look at it, we keep talking and we prefer solution by ourselves. So the problem has always been, where is the willpower to implement? And secondly, the timeline for implementation. Director, I'm not interested in giving you a below the belt, but you made a fantastic speech on behalf of the minister. But I would have loved, the ministry people are clapping. But I was listening carefully. I wanted to hear timelines. I would love to hear we've commenced the process of the reform, and we're giving you our commitment that within the next 6 weeks, within the next 8 weeks, we would have completed item A, within the next 6 months, completed item B, within the next 1 year, completed item C. This is what we need at the moment. And I'm not talking about only the ministry. We are talking about the government entirely, and I am also part of the government. So whatever I say, I'm also guilty as charged. But to the best of our conscience, we know we keep pushing on a daily basis for us to be able to get to the edge of the milestone of everything that we're talking about. Not take too much of your time. I think 3 or 4 issues are key. 3-4 issues are key. 1, expansion of our mortgage base. Whatever you talk about, however you look at it in this country, if you are talking about home ownership, house ownership, especially to the middle class, lower middle class, low income earner, or even zero income earners, the entire country, I said it the last time I was here, the mortgage, total mortgage of the country, chief directors, is about 50,000 for a country of, well, if you ask me, I will say now, we should be around 300 million people. You're talking about 50,000 mortgage. And we are not embarrassed to stand and talk about affordable housing. We must aggressively, underline the word, aggressively expand our mortgage base. Murphy are doing what they can. Federal Mortgage Bank are doing what they can, but it is grossly insufficient. Personally, when I do my own figure as an economist as well, I think we should be looking at pumping in as much as something within the range of 5 trillion for us to get to that. And we can do it as a country. We can do it. And we have the president who is a doer. So all we need is for us to have some kind of consensus with all the stakeholders, both us at the National Assembly, those at the ministry, you at the private sector. All of us need to come together and agree that we need to expand our mortgage base. So that you have what I keep repeating is becoming like a national anthem. So that you now change the dynamics from the houses chasing the money to the money chasing the houses. Everybody can go and access. Everywhere you go, you see somebody with his mortgage. The primary mortgage banks are all active. All of them are accessing money, giving out letters, dishing out letters. You have your money in your hand, you're looking for the houses. The builders, the developers, they will be on their toe because they will not be able to even meet the demand of houses so long as you. But what we have now, the houses are all over, but the money is not there to acquire it, apart from a few wealthy ones like Chief. I know. Please don't fire back at me when you come. Secondly, regulation. We continue to talk about regulation all the time. By the way, the first issue of mortgage, I always like action. Who is responsible? Federal government and the National Assembly. From the point of view of the National Assembly, we're doing our best. There are a lot of influential people here. You can influence it. You can be an advocate. Let's push it hard and get our mortgage base expanded. The second aspect is regulation. It is overdue. We do not have the National Housing Regulatory Authority. Everybody will agree. We've tried our best. Before I assumed duty as Chairman House Committee of Housing, the stakeholders presented a bill. It went to the point of the National Assembly got passed, but it wasn't assented to because of some disagreements amongst yourselves. So we've given ourselves another target of 3 months to see if we can bring all the stakeholders together. So since this is more of a National Assembly affairs, so we've taken 3 months now. From now, you'll hear from us. We'll call all of you. We'll sort out all the gray areas. The bill is already there. And by the time we sort out all the gray areas, we get it passed again and get it assented so that for the first time in this country, we will have a National Housing Regulatory Authority. The director made mention of sharp practices, land racketeering, off-plan selling. At the end of the day, the customers discover, the clients discover that that is not what they paid for, or you pay, you don't get your house. So many issues happening if you do not have the regulatory authority. I've had arguments of people saying we have Institute of the Architecture Institute. It will not stop that. In the oil and gas sector, you have Nigerian Institute of Engineers, whatsoever you have, and the rest, all the institutes are there, but you still have regulatory authority. It is not going to absorb the powers of the Institute of Architecture or builders or engineers or quantity surveyors. They will all be carried along. And let's do this, and let's have a regulatory authority like the other sectors, like the power sector, like the oil and gas sector. So we put in a timeline of 3 months. We have a new minister, hands-on, very, very active. Work closely with him, and I believe we will be able to get that done. I'm not going to talk very much about the land administration reform. That again requires the local government, state government, and federal government. The ministry is working, but please, Director of Land, pass my message to the minister. Maybe probably later in the day I'm going to see him, that what we will want is timeline. We want action, and we want these things done ASAP. I'm getting old. Let me remember the last point I wanted to. The last point I wanted to make. Land. Okay. Yes. Value chain support. So when we talk about building all the houses and everything, we clap hand and rest. We forget what sort of incentive are we giving those who are producing the materials, the cement, the doors, the aluminium, the tiles, all those things that are part of the value chain. What is it that we are doing? What sort of fiscal measures are we putting in place to ensure that we support that? Because it has a direct correlation with the cost of houses when eventually done. That again, it's within the realm of the National Assembly to look at the provision of the fiscal instruments that can be used to apply, and to also assess the consequences on the entire fiscal space of the country. When we call all of you together to discuss the regulatory authority stuff, we intend to sort out the whole of that issue so that everything can be like a one-stop shop where you can have everything done all together. And finally, sorry to have taken too much of your time. And finally, policy coordination, policy and interagency coordination. You see, this final point, everybody is doing what he wants to do in the housing sector today. And there's a lot of duplication. The ministry is building houses and dishing out policies. Family Homes Fund, building houses, dishing out policies. Federal Mortgage Bank, financing, building, dishing out policies. Murphy, financing. Everybody. So if you ask me to do a graph of what is going on here, I would have loved to do it in the housing sector. You will see how chaotic the entire setting is. you see, why I'm making this point is that everybody has to agree. Because the problem is that if we go now in the National Assembly and decide to tidy it up, that look, mortgage, all go under one umbrella. Government Building Authority, let it be one agency. Policy making and supervisory agency, ministry. Regulation, regulatory authority. Some people will shout. Some people will resist it. But again, it's part of the bigger problem that we are faced with. So it's chaotic. The entire ecosystem, we talk about the renew hope. But when you reduce it to bits and pieces, you discover that you cannot put together the whole thing that is going on in the sector. And you cannot even understand the roles of each of the agencies, including the private sector. Sometimes the private sector will develop houses. At the end of the day, you discover that like it's even government owned. So it's a big issue. At the National Assembly, we're doing our best to see that we identify these various segments. We work closely with the ministry and also the entire private sector, various stakeholders, the lawyers, the quantity surveyors, the architect, to see that we get these things done. This conference has afforded us the opportunity to be able to talk to you and to let you know that we've set a marked period of about 3 months to be able to do some aggressive coordination of the whole of these issues that have been discussed to see where it will take us. And I'm an optimist. I believe that something good will come out of it. Thank you so much for listening. And I wish us the very best of luck. Thank you.
Mr. Collins. What of Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins.
I think we should be okay. They are not going to stop. They want the women to join. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me. Joining us is the Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of Wema Board Limited, Bashir Oladuni. Is he here, please? Can we give him a round of applause? Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you very much. Also joining us is Professor Eyo Nyang, the Chairman, Cross River State Policy Advisory Council, also the Chairman, Trade and Investment Conference coming up in Cross River State from November 12th to 14th. Can we please give him a round of applause? Thank you. And also joining us is one of our panelists, Dr. Bashir Galba, the DG of Cadiz. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you so very much for coming in. Thank you. Now, very quickly, we are going to be taking the panelists to discuss on the topic Land as a Tool for Affordable Housing for Low-Income Earners. So we are going to be having the plenary sections now, and it's going to be talking about Site and Services Scheme, a solution for affordable housing for low-income earners. As the Honorable Chairman walks out now with respect, I'm going to be inviting with high respect our panelists. And we are starting off with I have introduced the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Wema Board Limited, Bashir Oladuni. Okay, can you please give us a 2 minutes goodwill? Sir, are you here? Just a 2 minutes goodwill before we take the panel discussion. Thank you. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you.
Yes, very well, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you representing Wema Board Limited, a fully owned subsidiary of Odua Investment Company Limited, a company owned by the 6 southwestern states. So my goodwill to you today is from the people of the southwestern states, from the governors of the owner states of my company. I want to say congratulations to the organizers of this event for putting up this kind of platform where stakeholders in the built environment cross-pollinate ideas on how to make housing delivery a good thing for the populace. For Wema Board, we strongly believe in the advocacy that is being projected on this platform. And as such, we believe that deliberations during this event would create enabling environment and give government the necessary ideas on how to put in place policies that would drive the achievement of reducing the housing shortage that we have all over Africa. However, we believe that the issue of housing, the question of before us is not whether or not we need more housing, but the question is how can we deliver it faster, cheaper, smarter, and on a sustainable way. And there is no way we can do that unless we all come together to play our own role. We believe, as from Wema Board, that there is need for everybody to be involved. Government must be involved in creating enabling environment for housing to be achieved. Investors must also participate in the old scheme. Developers must innovate to bring in technology that will make it happen faster than envisaged. And of course, community that we want to serve must also be included in the entire process. We believe also that the issue of housing supply is not only, and that the low-cost housing cannot be achieved unless we also have low-cost land, unless we address the issue of land accessibility by the informal sector in a way that it makes access to land very easy. If you don't have affordable land, you cannot have affordable housing. On this note, I want to welcome us to this occasion, and I believe that this platform will enable us to achieve our objective. Thank you all for coming, and I wish you the best. Thank you.
Thank you, the MD of WEMA Board. So now we're going to the first plenary section. And we've got our very distinguished reverend panelists here. The first panelist on our list, as we call him, please acknowledge with a round of applause as he comes to take his seat in the platform. We have the first panelist on our list. He is the Dean of Environmental Sciences, Federal University of Technology, Mina, and that is Professor Kemiki Olurotimi, FNIBS. A round of applause for him. Thank you. Following that suit, with great respect, really, I want to introduce him, the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Chief Femi Falano. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. And also we've got Dr. Bashir Galba, the DG of Cadiz. Sir, you are welcome. And also in that vein, we have Estate Surveyor and Valuer, Aki Opatola. You are welcome. A round of applause for him, please. And also we've got Professor Yenimi. Am I right? Ibimina Kapulu. A round of applause for her. She is one of us. Proudly a woman. Are the ladies in the house? Let's give our own the support. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And also joining the panelists is Professor Timothy Benga Nubi. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much. At this point, I'm going to be handing over to Professor Kemiki Olurotimi. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Are we in the morning? Good morning to you all. Permit me to maintain the established protocol for the want of time. However, on behalf of the panelists, we want to welcome you to the 28th edition of the Africa International Housing Show. And on this note, we should appreciate the Board of Africa International Housing for sustaining this giant stride over the years. Shall we give them a round of applause for the good work they have been doing? We started this show on a Monday, and today being Thursday is the section for the Lands and Housing Development, Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Very pivotal, very central to initiating policy that will sustain housing provision in Nigeria, bearing in mind most especially the low-income earner and the vulnerables. And we also want to appreciate the minister for providing the right environment for the ministry to thrive. Shall we appreciate the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development for putting a very rich program? Today is going to be a wonderful day, well loaded. Sit back, enjoy the program. A lot of topics to be discussed to give direction to housing in Nigeria. Let me also recognize and distinguished professor in our midst, my own president, the 27th president of NAIFS, the director of NANS, and other dignitaries. You're welcome. Good morning. All our panelists, you are welcome. Especially when you are sitting next to our son, Chief Femi Falano, you have to be very careful. Because whatever you say can be used against you in the court of law. So I will be very careful that I maintain my gentility, for which I am known for. So we will be looking at site and services scheme as a solution for housing the low-income earner. We will be having some thoughts to share with. And if you also have questions that you want to ask us as we go through the panel section, you may wish to jot out those questions. I want to start with Professor Nubi Timothy, a distinguished scholar, professor, and a housing specialist. Sir, could you please, Prof, sir, could you please enlighten the public on the concept of site and services scheme? Prof, sir.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
If we have seen before, I will actually have made a request that I should speak last. Site and service is as explicit as it's named. There is a service, there is a site, which is a parcel of land. And that parcel of land was surveyed, topographic surveys supplied to town planners. Town planners, they've gone ahead to subdivide it into plots. And the developer, because the chairman that just spoke, have said all we need at this conference, at this meeting. The chair of Senate committee. We are putting, there were things we have missed as a nation. But if we can still remedy, good for us. In all clime, all over the world, sites and services, sites were acquired, services were provided before developer moves in to begin to build the houses. That's the way it is. And we see it all over the world. But in Nigeria, houses come before services. And that's why we have 70% of Nigerian urban centers declared slum. So for a long time in this country, we have been putting the cart before the horse. But in a normal society, land acquired, subdivided into plots, developer comes in to build. That is the simple definition of site and services.
Thank you.
So I think we can go on after.
Thank you, Professor, for that explanation. I will go to the president of YABC Nigeria, Sovian Valu Akin Opatola, FNIVS. Could you please share your thought with us? Do you consider site and services scheme as a viable solution for housing the urban poor? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Do you want to use this?
Okay, good morning, everyone. So let me give an analogy. So, and this is to buttress why I'm in favor of the site and service scheme, especially for bringing affordable housing to the masses. So a few years ago, my dad, civil servant, looking for how he can own his own home, knew that he's going to retire someday. So him and a few civil servants got funds together. They bought a parcel of land in Abuja. Of course, it was serviced, as my prof had said. And He fenced it, got the title sorted. Everything cost him maybe about 12, 13 million. Fast forward a few years, he called me to come and do a valuation on the land. And it was worth close to maybe 60, 70 million that I appreciated. He got the opportunity also because then the Minister of the FCT, Malam El Rufai, said he didn't want any land speculators within the CBD. If you want to speculate, they'll push you to the fringes. So he sold his shares and started to develop. He managed to put together a 5-bedroom detached house on the parcel in Jabi. That's the location. Ladies and gentlemen, that site and service opportunity for a civil servant got him the opportunity to own his own house, number one. And number two, the value now is well over 100 million. I think the site and service model is unique, and it is a different way of thinking if we want to begin to take seriously the conversation of affordable housing in Nigeria and in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Patsola. Thank you very much. I will move to the DG Kajis. DG Kajis, they are doing very well in terms of providing accelerated issuance of CFO in Kaduna. We have been to Kajis severally, and we have seen the good work they are doing. DG, sir, how does site and services scheme benefit the low-income earners? DG, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. My own point of view is I'm going to key into the practical aspect of site and services. The only way developers, government agencies, and other partners can work together is through site and services. With the 25 million housing deficit estimated by the federal government, and with the funding investment of close to 21 trillion naira in Nigeria, I think the best approach is going to site and services where each and every partner and stakeholders with regard to issue of development can participate. My professor highlighted the area of a town planner and a surveyor working, and we have private surveyors, we have private town planners. They can also benefit as stakeholders in the site and services activities. And at the same time, developers will lower their risks, because majority of the cases in Nigeria is PPP failing, either PPP failing or government implementing housing activity, and at the same time, cost of construction will increase, and then the project will fail. So with the site and services, it's going to be a very good development for the country, whereby low-income earners can easily key in. You know, acquiring property is not only acquiring a building. What people fail to understand, a poor man can easily get a land, and at the same time can sell that land and buy a house. We have done it in Kaduna State. We have a model whereby site and services, we key into development lease agreement. Site and services will key into accelerated development. Site and services will key into what we call land readjustment programs. So actually, if those services were provided on the parcel, I think a lot of partners will come in and partner with the state government or a developer in that aspect. Most importantly, there are some developers that during site and services, they have an opportunity to develop markets, community markets. So the opportunity is there, and it is the only way professionals in Nigerians can key in and get their own share of the housing activity in the country. So I think this is the best way a poor man can get, but it has a lot to do with the location. Actually, a developer can feel like going to a village, constructing some local mud houses for them and getting money. And at the same time, with the provision of the infrastructure, it has saved costs for the federal government to invest in infrastructure. We're looking for a way whereby federal government can lower its investment into physical infrastructure, whereby private partners can key in, and at the same time, development can be done without much stress. So that is my point of view.
Exactly. Thank you very much, BG. Now, to my left, my distinguished SAN. Sir, despite the availability of site and services scheme in Nigeria, if you look at the chronicles of activities of the government from 1960 to date. A lot of sites and services came in Nigeria, both at the federal and state level. Another intervention to make housing affordable. We have the Land Use Act, we have the Urban Planning Law of 1992. We have other efforts of the government and private sector. But affordable housing still remains a challenge. Sir, why?
Well, thank you very much. Since this is an African show, yes, I do hope there are Africans who are not Nigerians who are here.
Correct.
Let me start, therefore, by saying, as we are gathered here, some Africans, many Africans are being displaced in South Africa, who have acquired houses, who have invested in that country. They are being displaced right now. They acquire sites, so even unlike here, services are provided. You go and build houses in South Africa, but those houses are being taken away now by an African government, supporting criminals and thugs. Our own country, Nigeria, and I'm suggesting this to other African countries, you must go to the African court to challenge the government of South Africa for destroying the houses of Africans in that country. South African people are not fighting the whites. In fact, Cape Town is almost, in fact, the whites are asking for independence because they have taken over that part of the country. But they are fighting Africans and they are taking homes from them. Homes acquired, built up. Secondly, South Africa sued in 2023, sued Israel over the genocidal acts in Gaza. So if South Africa can do that, we also must drag South Africa to the African court to protect our people. Having said that, sir, the question of what we are discussing, please, is for the elite. The masses are not part of this discussion. You're talking of sites to be able to acquire land in Nigeria now, in the urban areas. Whether you call it site, to have the services must be rich. For the poor, the masses of our people, they have no business acquiring land. They are no longer talking of acquiring land. They cannot. Even if you have the land, to get your title documents now, you have to pay colossally, either to the minister in Abuja here or to any of our governors. So you have multiple acquisition of land now. You acquire from the landowners, you also have to pay to the government, who is not the owner of the land, who is only a keeper. The government is only a trustee. But what they now impose on you to pay, the ordinary people cannot acquire land. I think it was Mr. Bayo Ononuga, the presidential spokesman, who says he can't identify poor people in Nigeria. The NBS, Nigeria Bureau of Statistics, 2 years ago, said that there were 133 million dimensionally poor people in Nigeria. Now the figure has gone to about 140 million. There's no way any of the 140 million people can be talking of site and services. I would therefore want to challenge somebody who spoke earlier from the West, Southwest. You know, when we are gathered here, the elite, we give the impression that it has not been done before. In 4 years, the Jacondo regime in Lagos built 30,000 housing units for the poor in this country. 40 years ago, none of those houses has collapsed, unlike the one built by governors now, government in Lagos. The point I'm making is a question of political will to acquire the site, the land, to provide services, but are these the priority of governments? What the government does in Nigeria, sir? What the government does, and the Obasanjo regime started it. The government woke up one day, we need to take care of the rich, top civil servants. So all those who are living in government houses as tenants, please buy the houses. And they call it monetization policy. Even houses built for legislators, they were sold, they were given out. In Lagos, a criminal action took place. 1,004 flats in Victoria Island. Instead of selling to the poor, to workers, the government sold to a multinational corporation, UAC. It has never happened in any part of the world where you acquire a site built up in the choicest part of Lagos and you give to a multinational corporation. In Abuja here, a discovery has just been made. Somebody took government money, one person, and built 753 not small houses, duplexes. From the central bank, just took government money. The point I'm making therefore is that, yes, we can be talking of sites and services for the elite. I'm not talking of the rich. For the elite, the petit bourgeoisie. But for the ordinary people, forget them. We have consigned them to poverty permanent. When the poor now acquire sites, and they build on their own, and the rich wants to have more property, they will go and acquire. They first demolish. And these are illegal sites. We call it illegal structures in Lagos. And then once they have been taken away, stolen, the government will give money to go and develop the place. It happened in Morocco. The government said the place was submerged. The same government sand-filled the place and is disputing it to the rich. It's happening here in Abuja. Sites are being taken from the poor and they are developed. We are calling it, yes, let's provide services for who? For the rich. There's one that is taking place now very quietly. Governors, state governors, they enacted laws. They call them pension laws on their own, no, not the general pension. They then sat down throughout their lives and their family members. This will be our rights. Now, they will acquire houses in the state capital where they govern. They now come to Abuja by law to acquire houses in Abuja. So they are giving like 2 billion at least to acquire land in their state capital and then in Abuja to buy a house. Once you have that kind of situation, and I'm submitting in my presentation, it's illegal, it's discriminatory. You can't have a special pension for a group of people and then pension for everybody. Sir, for the poor, the Constitution says there shall be full shelter for the poor. But where they put that in the Constitution cannot be enforced. So a poor man cannot go to court and say, I'm homeless. No, they say that is not a justiciable right. But for the rich, the government that is even inside in Lagos, we have LSDPC. And you have them in all the states. Government will set up an agency funded by the people, funded by the government. And they are building houses that even civil servants cannot acquire unless they have stolen money. In Lagos, they are sold for 150, 200, 500 million government houses. And then we are gathered here talking about sites and services. We are scratching. So once we agree that everybody in our country is entitled to accommodation, we can then be discussing how are we going to make land cheap and affordable. Number one. Two, how are we going to build our mortgage institutions in a way that they can give loans, affordable, payable loans, not the loan I will use to build a house and you come and take back the house from me. Let me just finish. Let me just finish. You know, when Nigerians are gathered and you asked to pray, a pastor came from UK recently. One of those crusades, he said Nigerians should pray for 10 minutes. And everybody was praying. Oh God, give me a house. Oh God, give me a car. Oh God, give me what? He said, please stop. Those are not the businesses of God. What is the business of God? You need a house. Go and apply to a mortgage institution. You need a car. Go to an auto shop and apply. You can't pay your children's school fees. The government is there to take care of the poor. Nigerian then asks the man, if you have an elderly person, instead of sending money to her or him every month, the government is there. There are even old people's homes where the poor, old people can live. They then ask this pastor, what do we pray for them? If he said that this is not the business of God, he said, well, what you should pray for is to live long to enjoy your life. All of us have become social security system. All of us. Every morning you receive text message. Somebody is sick, somebody has no job, he needs to pay school fees and so on and so forth. Those are the responsibilities of the government. To acquire sites and provide services in those sites are the responsibilities of the government. I saw a lot of adverts when I was driving in by many developers. I congratulate you. But no worker can buy any of the houses being built in Abuja or Lagos. No worker. But you know what the government has asked the law to do for workers? There is a National Housing Act. Every month, they deduct. It used to be like 2.5%. I think it's about 5% now. But you know what has happened? Workers are not aware that their money is being deducted. Houses are not provided for them by Federal Mortgage Bank. So at the end of the day, we are only taking care of the rich and not of the poor. But there's a limit to which you can play with the people. Very soon, we are all going to be in trouble. The late Awolowo made the point. If you don't take care of the children of the poor, they will turn around and make life impossible for your own children. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, S.A.N. As my Lord pleases. Summarily, let the poor breathe. But S.A.N., sir, before I leave you, for us to have a balanced discourse, in 2 minutes, we will be talking about what the government should do, the reforms, the changes we expected from the government. I want to ask you, sir, respectfully, sir, what reform should the poor also imbibe in a situation whereby a civil servant on level 7 with a minimum a monthly income of 150,000 has 18 children, and you want the government to shelter all the 18 children? S.A.N., what is your thought?
The government will have to educate our people to appreciate that you must give birth to children that you can take care of. But right now, people are either looking for boys or usually boys, not girls, because of the nature of the society. So the poor keep on having children while looking for male children. Two. And there are out of ignorance. Oh my, I'm the only child of my parents, so I must have many children. Now, the point I'm making, sir, it is the duty of the government to educate people. And there is a friend of mine in Sanemia. He preaches to people to have few children. I said, no, you have to show example now. You yourself, you have 4 wives at a time. You know what I mean? They must not be more than 4, but they can be more ultimately. Now, the point is that people have to be educated. Secondly, the government has a duty to make sure that we can only take care of 4 of your children. In my office in Lagos, my wife runs a clinic. It's a lawyer, sir. What my wife does, we have complaints, particularly from women who are turned out of the homes. Okay, we call the man. You have given birth to children. You want to go and take another wife? No problem. But you must take care of these children. You can't abandon them on their mother. You know, sometimes we have to go to court. For those who are stubborn, that every month you must deposit maintenance money in the court. And if you don't, you go to jail. So people are beginning to learn that gone are the days that I can have children without responsibility.
Fantastic.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll be rounding up very shortly. We just have 2 more questions. Professor Kakulu, she's so passionate about housing for the women and for the vulnerable. Prof. Ma, in government anticipation of various policy, especially on site and services scheme, you will notice that in some parts of Nigeria, where land are acquired for the poor is usually in the remote areas, where the poor will spend more to transport themselves to the city, take their children to school. What would be your thought or recommendation to the government going forward in provision of site and services scheme considering the women and the vulnerable? Prof.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the site and services scheme ultimately should provide accommodation for the different categories of people that live within society. In every environment where you have ministries, you have offices, there will be cleaners, there will be drivers, there will be stewards. And so site and services schemes that only look at a prototype, one type or two, do not make provision for people to live together. Right now, incremental housing is one thing that helps. I may not have all the money to build 4-bedroom today, but if the size of land you give to me is such that by the time I've been married for 10, 15 years, I can come back to you and say, my 1-bedroom has become too small. Where is the prototype? Can I move to the 2? Can I move to 3? So incremental housing works for the women. A lot of women are single mothers. It's growing in Nigeria. A lot of women are widows and are looking after families. And a lot of them also work in and around society doing these servitude jobs. So putting them far away where transportation becomes a problem can be difficult. However, mass transportation also solves problems. If you can move people, get on a train. I mean, I live in River State. Port Harcourt now, a lot of people live in Aba, work in Port Harcourt, or the other and the reverse. So they just go on the train in the morning, they get in, by the time the train is going back to Aba in the evening, the whole market empties out, they all jump on it. It's quicker to get out, it's much cheaper to live in Aba, the distance is not that far, and a lot of these women who are trading come from Aba daily to Port Harcourt to sell. So I would suggest that the future in housing is to make sure that every category of society has representation. There's nothing like GRA houses. In that GRA housing estate, put the smaller accommodation for those who serve the GRAs to make it work. So that's my suggestion.
Thank you very much. In conclusion, Professor Timothy Nibisa, what is your closing message on affordable housing in 60 seconds?
Well, I think you just give me 2 minutes.
All right.
I'm happy I'm part of this session. I'm not as old as our daddy there, but this month I'm 65. About 40 years ago, I was a zonal planning officer in Benin. And I acquired the site and service scheme behind the UBTC. And when I saw in this program, site and service scheme, I was scared. I was scared for a nation that doesn't have institutional memory. A practice that we promoted 50 years ago and abandoned because it was not working, and we are still promoting it now. I got a land. I got under site and surface. I got a land at Ìṣẹ̀rí Ọlọ́fin. The entire Ìṣẹ̀rí Ọlọ́fin to Aboru to Suberi Oje, big city, they were site and surface, but they all failed. And we are going back to that. What failed? Sites were prepared. It was properly laid out and roads were tarred. I was allocated a plot. I was the first person in this country that reported to police station that my fence was stolen. My fence was stolen. And when I reported it at the police station, the police people almost ran out. Because I got my plot, we had a CFO, we looked for money for 2 years to fence it. And it was the fence I always used to identify the plot. But that day I got there, I couldn't see my fence. My fence had disappeared. When we got back there with the police, and I told the police that this was where my land used to be, and it was fenced. And we caught one person that employed men to chisel out blocks. After they are 100, they will cut them away. I built the fence for about 5 years. And that tells us that land is not the problem of the people. People don't want to own land, they want a house. All over the world, when you leave university, there are mortgages to buy your first house. It is only in this country or in African countries that you see a young school leaver, that you see a Nigerian who will say, I want to build a house. All over the world, the language is, I want to buy a house. All over the world, an average citizen, they buy. You need to be a celebrity, Michael Jackson, Muhammad Ali, to build. But it's the reverse in Africa. The poor build, the rich, they buy. It can't work. We are not separated from global economy.
Thank you.
One thing we must achieve with this session, sir.
Yes, sir.
We need site and service.
Yes.
But we must unbundle it. We need site and service for developers. And we have done this before. Satellite Town was pursued for 19 institutions. University of Lagos, CBN, NIPOST. They did the site and service. And they gave it to those institutions who eventually went around and built houses for their staff. That is what we need site and service for, not for individual. We must not encourage individual to build house. They cannot afford it. There must be house built en masse. Once you build house en masse, the price will crash. And then once mortgage is available, the house becomes affordable. We have been saying this for years. We don't need to continue. We've just concluded a research on PPP, a PhD research that I supervise on PPP. The failure of PPP in this country is that the developers that were given land, they were just thrown into the forest. Most of them could not even get to their land. At the end of the day, the money that they require to build the houses, they'll be spent on site and service. Let government give developers under this PPP arrangement Surface plots. Developers will build a mass and there will be affordable housing with mortgage in this country.
Thank you very much, Professor Nubi. On this note, I want to thank our panelists. Professor Nubi, thank you. SB Opatola, thank you. My own DG, Dr. Gaba, thank you. And my own SA hen, Femi Falano, and my daddy, thank you. My Professor Kankulu, thank you so much. And with the permission of the MC, we have come to the end of this section. For us not to have this show stolen, we need a group photograph. Thank you for listening and God bless you.
And you just got that from me, Professor Kemiki. I'm also requested to have you got some plaques from the director himself, ESV Alabi Collins. Thank you so very much. Another round of applause for them. Good job. They concerns all of us and even me. Thank you. This should be here. Okay. You should have allowed the only woman to be in the middle. It makes it beautiful. Prof, you should be in the middle. Makes it beautiful. Thank you. Yes. Prof, yes. Thank you. So it's like you should go the other way. Yes. Photographer, you should arrange them. That's it. Director, sir, do you want to join them there? Thank you. That's it. Thank you. Are we good? Thank you. Thank you. Please, as you're standing, may I have the director do the presentation of the plaque? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much.
Always good to see you, sir.
Professor Kakule.
No.
Whose vision continues to inspire growth, collaboration and transformation across the housing sector. African international, building dreams, making futures grow. African international housing show, where investors and innovators go. African international housing show, together we rise, together we shine. African international housing show, the future of Africa starts now. African international housing show, connecting investors.
Thank you very much, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Running on with the second presentation now, and that is going to be taken by the Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Siksan Femi Falano, running us through the Nigerian land governance gap, finding a pathway to addressing housing deficits. Please join me as I present to you Chief Femi Falano, SAN. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you.
I didn't know I was coming back. But let me say, first of all, that I'm delighted to be here. I want to thank the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development for asking me to be here on this occasion. Let me start by saying, number one, I'm not a chief. I'm not a chief, so that you don't have the impression that I have acquired one here by false pretenses. Now, under the Nigerian Constitution, every citizen shall be housed. We start with security and welfare, which is said to be the primary responsibility of the government. You cannot be secured if you have no house, if you are homeless. So your security, your welfare starts with the fact that you are well accommodated. But like I said earlier, that provision of the Constitution cannot be enforced. The poor cannot go to court and say the government has failed to provide houses for them. But I'm advocating in my paper that we have got to a stage in the country where we need to challenge the special privileges given to the rich and top public officers in the country. Yesterday, I was watching the telly. I was very sad when I saw that the federal government was handing over the keys of houses to judges. And I asked myself, under what law are we operating from? Because it's discriminatory and illegal. You must treat equals equal in our country. So you can't take out judges. Judges are entitled to accommodation, by the way. They must live comfortably, they must well secured. But other citizens must be equally provided for. If you don't do it, you can be challenged. And that is going to happen very soon. Because what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If you have a professor who also has to render services to the society, and those professors are not paid well, nobody talks of providing houses for them. Now, they were living in rented quarters. These days, there are not enough quarters for them. So we must also look at that. If governors who are in the National Assembly, about 21 of them, are taking salaries from the National Assembly and jumbo allowances, and they are also entitled to a house in the state where they govern for 4 or 8 years, and another house in Abuja, and you have a civil servant who has worked for 35 years, and it's just turned out at the end of the day. So we must insist that equality before the law in our country is respected. The Land Use Act, you can't talk of houses without the provision of land. Before the colonialists came to our country, land was communally owned. If you wanted to build a house and you have attained a certain age, people of your age group will come together, they will build your house. When it's the turn of another person, it's the same thing. But the colonialists heralded us into the capitalist mode of production, privatization. Everybody on his own, and God for all of us. But for the poor, God will only take care of them at the next world, not now. So the government has abandoned the poor, while efforts are made regularly to take care of the rich. It's so bad now that government will spend billions to build houses and then sell them to the rich. You are using government money to build houses for the rich instead of encouraging them to go for mortgage. You know, many of our people who go abroad go and find out they are carers. Do you understand what I'm saying? They are taking care of people. Because in those societies, and I'm talking of capitalist country, welfare program is so important. That if you are poor, they call them council flats. If you are British, you are not supposed to sleep on the street. They will give you a council flat. If your children, if you are poor, there's a provision for taking care of your children so that they are not poor. I mean, you know, like you. But I'm going to advocate here that there are laws that have taken care of the poor. And we must go out of fear, prepare to enforce those laws, particularly in the interest of our people. The Federal Mortgage Act must be made to work. I saw an advert there now. Federal Mortgage Bank. 131 billion provided for houses. These are not mass houses. It's not mass housing. We're talking of houses for the rich. And I'm advocating here. We must go back to where we are coming from. Up to the First Republic. Or Second Republic. To fix our roads, we have, for the elderly here, elderly people here, PWD's, Public Works Department. I'm sure many of you can recall. And at that time, ministries of housing were building houses. The engineers in the ministries were building houses. The engineers in the PWD or Ministry of Works were fixing our roads. You only bring in in fact, when Sonne Bonel first came, a company called Sonne Bonel, our people didn't know how to pronounce it. In my own part of the country, they call them Shino Bole. Now, actually, we later learned the company was, the name is Sonne Bonel. Because we didn't have the kind of roads they were tarring. But the ministry people, and you have, please go and find out this, and I've done the study. The engineers in the ministries are more knowledgeable than the contractors hired by government to build houses. I'm serious. I know stark illiterates who are builders in Nigeria. And the government finds it more convenient to give contracts to them. So the business of contractocracy, government of contractors by contractors for contractors, must stop. So I'm advocating that we must have workers building brigades. It has worked in Zimbabwe in recent time. The military here sometimes build their own houses. So if we have engineers in the ministries of government, we must get them to render services to our people. I think I made the point earlier that a government that was determined built 30,000 houses in 4 years. And when another regime came under the current dispensation, and they were acquiring sites in Lagos, and they were building for the rich. And I asked the governor, and I think the current president of Nigeria, Mr. Governor, where are you building for the rich? He said, well, I know you're a socialist, but we shall build for the rich first. Take money from them to build for the poor. Up to now, they have never built for the poor in Lagos. But there's an action going on. There's a place they call Owode Oniri in Lagos. is being demolished. You know what we have done? It's about 26 hectares. We then mobilize those who are affected because they were displaced in 1979 by the Jakonde government. But at that time, they will give alternative place. So they were taken from Jankara and settled in Owode Onirin. So the current government decides, Lagos State, we're going to remove them. Of course, we went to court and also decide to mobilize the people. You must resist. And we told the government, we're not saying you should not have development. If you want to develop the place, those who were displaced from Lagos 40 years ago must be given places there. But you know what they do? All this local government, they are building markets. By the time they finish constructing the market, the poor cannot be there. This time around, the government has now agreed. We are going to develop the place. But we are going to make sure your people are accommodated. We said, no, we have to enter into an agreement, which we are going to make terms of settlement and file as judgments of the court. The point I'm making, therefore, is the government must not demolish the houses of the poor. What they do in Lagos, what they call urban renewal, is to take over the land of the rich, destroy it, and give to the... We no longer allow that. It's a place they call Makoko. The plan of the government, with the support of the United Nations, is to have a water city in that part of Lagos State. But the government decided we are going to move them away. By the time the place is developed, the poor cannot go back. Again, we have won the battle. That the poor will not be removed unless the government will accommodate them. Let me just say this. Forgotten of a new housing paradigm. We must look at what other countries are doing. For me, I don't believe the government of Nigeria will not develop any site. I don't believe in this site and servicing. No, they won't do it. Let us live here believing that it's the right of Nigerians to have decent accommodation. Once we agree, we can then mobilize Nigerians to demand for their rights from the government. But you cannot succeed in having low-cost houses if we are not going to talk of the prices of cement. One company has come out to say the taxes imposed on cement factories are so much that we cannot bring down the prices of cement. We must encourage some of our government to have cement factories. If the resources are provided, those materials will be cheaper. I have seen some building materials here, and I asked some of the Chinese people, do you have these factories in Nigeria? They say yes. We must get the government of Nigeria to work with companies that are ready to make housing cheap and affordable for our people. And the resources are there. It's a question of priority. I think Madam from Rivers spoke about widows. Yes, Madam. And that's where I'm going to conclude. A man and his wife went to a church recently, and the pastor announced they were giving special blessings to people. You come out, make your donation, and get special blessing. The pastor asked all widows in the church to come out to the altar for special blessing. So this lady was going to the altar. The husband pull her back. Did you hear what the pastor said? He said, of course, yes. The pastor is inviting widows to come to the altar to get blessing. You are not a widow. He said, I not be widow. You can't pay our rent. Our children's school fees you can't pay. Even when I'm sick, you can't take care of me. You say I no be widow. Please, let me go and get the blessing of widows. Thank you very much.
Can we please give him a round of applause? Truly, we will want to go into his last wrap-up notes. It's really pathetic, but it's like we just laugh it up. But that's it. I don't want to go into that. Let me do my job. Please, let's give him another round of applause. As I respectfully once again invite him to the podium, he's going to do something for us. We are going to have a presentation of plaque to somebody who's been working behind the scene, putting the A's and the B's together to make us see the C today. And I'm going to be requesting, Madam Nona, where are you? We are doing a special presentation, and we are really honored to have the senior advocates to do that presentation for us. I will leave him to invite the individual. Thank you, senior advocate, sir.
Well, I'm privileged to invite and surprise an individual here because he didn't know he was going to be given any plague. My brother, please, I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. Hester Savio Alabi Collins, please. He has been giving plague to people. Now it's your turn. As they say in Lagos, Collins, he will look up. This is in special recognition of your contribution to the success of the Lands Administration Day at the 20th Africa International Show.
Thank you very much, Siksan Femi Falano. So we are going now to the second plenary sections, and that has to do with sustainable housing in Nigeria, the realities now. Please permit me to respectfully invite to the podium Professor Benga Timothy Nubi. Sir, a round of applause for him. We've also got Professor Aliyu Barao. A round of applause for him, please. And also we have Estate Surveyor and Valua Akin Okpatola also joining. And also my sister, the only queen among the kings now, Professor Yenemi Kakolo. A round of applause to the woman in the house. Thank you. And of course, we've got also Estate Surveyor and Valua Awolaja. A round of applause for him so that we run us through this panelist section. Thank you. Over to you, sir, Professor Timothy.
Please, the video, please. Thank you so much. The voice of the poor. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. The representative, this representative of the minister, I'm not good at protocol. So let me stand on the protocol well established. I will go back to seat, but start from the beginning, please, and give it volume. Because we are talking about the reality now. So please start from the beginning and give it volume, please. It's just a 3 minutes video, then I'll speak to it. And will ask questions.
I'm here because they demolished our house in the midnight. They come in the midnight, 12 a.m. They were just waking us. You should pack our load and vacate our house that they want to demolish it without notice. Without notice, 2 houses, and we have CFO. We have a genuine CFO.
I have invested with my 30 years in ministry, not seen again, not seen.
This Port Harcourt.
Going down. Final fantasy going down.
We take you now to the scene of the devastating demolition in Ube, Abuja, where we have obtained exclusive footage of the aftermath. We had a chance to interview an eyewitness who was in close proximity to the event and was able to provide a first-hand insight.
So the little clue that I know about this demolition here is we have some issues that the government said this is illegal land people bought from another people without government knowledge. So before they know, people are starting building their houses here. Then the minister identified that this is an illegal area, it belongs to government, and give people that anybody has he has a house in here. So if he like to come and lose his property before they come demolish, if they give that line, anybody didn't come, they will demolish it.
Tensions ran high at the Lagos International Trade Fair complex on Monday as traders protested the recent demolition of their structures, alleging unlawful action by the Lagos state government. Eric Ilechukwu, chairman of the Stakeholders Association at the trade fair, says the demolition was carried out without prior or contravention notice and that majority of the affected structures had valid approval from the Trade Fair Management Board.
On the 25th day of September 2025, the officials of
listen to what the
government,
chairman said.
without period notice and without serving any contravention notice, carried out the demolition of several traders' buildings in commando style within the complex. This action was executed despite the fact that the majority of the affected structures were duly approved by the Trade Fair Management Board.
They are duly approved by Trade Fair Management Board.
Property and somebody demolishing it. I must thank God for that, because all of us are aware that there is government here.
The government alleged that these buildings are illegal structures, poorly constructed, lacking planning permission, and obstructing canals and public access.
Most of those buildings that were pulled down are dilapidated. They are not fit for habitation. And we are now in the state that we are talking about all properties in Lagos State must have certificate of fitness for habitation. And we've been telling them that they should go ahead and get planning permits. And most of them turn deaf ear to the government. The life of people living in that environment is more important.
Thank you so much. That's the reality now. In the last 2 years in this country, we have more houses demolished than houses built. It's on record. The video you just watched is an extract from Channel Television. It's on public. It's there. But it's on record that across Nigeria, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, Kano, there were more houses demolished in this country than the number of houses built. It's on record. And that gives me concern. That gives me concern. Because we kept on showcasing increase in housing deficit. And government will tell us they built 5,000. But they didn't tell us the number demolished. We are in 2026 running a system whereby Lagos State declared 176 estates as illegal. These were 166 estates, some of them with 500 units, some of them with 200 units, but no public record. The developers built without even layout approval, not to talk of planning approval. There is no way such nation can make progress. And that comes to the question, who is in charge in this nation? Who is in charge of housing? Who is coordinating this? Whose business? My own grandmother, years ago in the village, got building approval to build a 4-room mud house. And in the 1926 Nigeria, someone will see acquire land, no approval, nothing, and go ahead to build. You can't understand it. And the houses will grow, estates will grow, and after 5 years that they are being habited, bulldozer will come and demolish them. And no consequence for the town planner in charge of that area. These people still have promotion every year. I can't understand it. So, this slide, just let me run through before we sit down and ask questions. But this is the reality. This slide, please. It's on record, as we have been hearing since yesterday. By the time we came here last year, the housing deficit was put at 22 million. So when I listened yesterday, they said it's 28 million. I don't know who's giving us the figure. But that is what we are told this year. More than half of urban residents, they live in informal settlement. Like the learned elder just told us now. This meeting, year in, year out, had always been centered on the minority. The minority. The minority. It's on record that, go to the next slide, there's rapid urbanization. Before we can say we make housing sustainable, there must be economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, social sustainability, institutional sustainability, good governance, effective land administration, policy consistency, strong partnership. The next slide. Then we ask the question, you miss a slide. You miss a slide on, go back to the second slide or the third slide. Okay. Continue then. Continue. Continue. Okay. It's on record. It's on record that Nigerians, we are 60% of Nigerians live in urban area. It's also on record that 70% of these urban dwellers, they live in slummy community. That's a reality. That's a reality. And I believe that a meeting like this, we should focus our attention on that urban majority, or the majority of this country. And that's what these sessions will try to look into. And we begin to come up with solutions on how do we drill down. How do we drill down? Thank you so much. Go back to the question, please. So, I will start with from my far right. I will look at, is land administration still Nigerian housing problem? Being a land expert, is land administration still Nigerian major problem? It's working. Okay. All right. So, Prof, let me first of all say good morning, all. Prof, I don't know why you have to put me in the line of fire. No. Yeah, but seriously, I think we have to. The answer to your question is yes. Land administration is the main problem that we have, to urban development, to housing, to everything. Because everything that we do is really going to be on land. We've not really done anything in space. But let me now rehearse this. Prof, you talk about a stolen fence. And I want to take it that is the fault of mismanagement of land. If I'm permitted to say, land misadministration. I work for the Lagos State government, and when I saw that slide that you just showed us, and I think I had it clear that they got approval. Is it Trade Fair? Trade Fair gave them approval. Yes, I mean. But the question is, who gave Trade Fair organizer or whatever association an approval? The whole thing is government, but they never gave them that kind of approval. I think I want to say clear that I was part of it. Savio Awolaja, yes, sir. You are not on front line. Yes. I paused and I mentioned that because just to let people know that Trade Fair management has no power to give approval. That's why I underlined that. Thank you, sir. But let me just go straight to it. I lived after my secondary school in Abeso Housing Estate. Abeso Housing Estate was done by, I think someone mentioned about Lateef Jakonde, Governor Lateef Jakonde. That's where, since 1983, I lived, and I still have my house in the Shagari Estate in Ipaja. Jakonde Estate, Shagari Estate was situated in that global acquisition from Badagry up to Suberi Oje or Ilo. It was supposed to be the new city. The new city of Lagos, where you have site and service, you have industrial scheme, you have the institutional establishment just like Ojo Cantonment, you have university, you even have an airport. But all these were possibly destroyed because you saw people just encroaching, grabbing land, doing everything to the land to destroy the land. And where our government, where our land administrator, where our town planners, they were nowhere to be found. So we will continue to lay blame on government. We continue to lay blame on maybe town planners. We continue to lay blame on SS surveyor and valuers. in public service. But what have we done? We have just destroyed the same land that we live on, the same land that we work on, the same land that we recreate in. And let me just cite one example. For example, even when we have the schemes, all Lagos State, all the GRA schemes, none of them has a recreation center now existing. Everybody, whether the rich or the poor, everybody is building. And we have slums, even in our schemes. So, this is a good opportunity for us to see how we can correct it. And I want to appreciate those who put this program forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I just want to inform us that I am actually working with the old program. I don't know that they've revised. So with this revised program, we must round up in the next 5 minutes. Okay. So that's what I was just being told now. So we will all speak for 1 minute, and it's going to be our thought on this matter. I believe that other sessions can really speak to what we could not speak to. So let me ask the second person, Professor Brown. Let me ask you, should government remain a housing provider or become primarily an enabler?
Well, definitely the government should play the role of an enabler. But against the backdrop of conversations and narratives unfolding since this morning, there is one thing that really I want to particularize. We have been talking really around social justice, land and social justice in the country. But I think there is something that we equally miss, and that is ecological justice. Now, when you talk about land grabbing by the powerful, we also tend to ignore what is quite real, but massively under-recognized in this country. That is the power of natural grabber. Natural disasters. In Kebbi State, for instance, desert encroachment is driving people away from their homes, where the sand dune will reach as high as your window. You have to leave. In eastern Nigeria, in Anambra State, there are over 1,000 gully erosion sites that are threatening people's homes. In Cross River, desert coastal erosion is taking away people's homes, threatening them. There is need for synergy, right, between those in the environment sector, ecological sector, to make sure that there is reclamation of land, to give the poor their land. What of the people being displaced by crisis? And they move into the city, and we lack institutions like what they call Hoku in China, where all the people who moved into the city are documented, registered, and their shelter needs are provided for. That's why I don't want to repeat these issues. I want to really draw attention to this perspective on ecological justice.
Thank you so much.
It is also as important as others. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me, if you want to clap, clap. Oh. Clapping has no band. No band A, no band B. Thank you so much. Let me quickly ask some of your and the private sector question. Why is affordable housing finance still inaccessible to low-income households? And what incentives are required for developers to build affordable rental housing?
Thank you, Prof. So for me, if I had to put one thing, I would say unrealistic concepts. And I will explain. So As the chapter president for International Real Estate Federation, I've been opportune to travel to over 50 countries. Everybody is facing this challenge of affordability and sustainable buildings. When you talk of sustainable buildings, naturally your mind will go to green buildings, carbon emissions. But realistically, sustainable buildings has to do with affordability. When you talk of private sector collaborating with the with federal government, I think that affordability should be the main focal point. What is the point of building a property or a house that has solar panels, marble everywhere, and is unaffordable to the masses? There's a fantastic book that I usually like to speak on, C.K. Pahad. That's the title of the book is Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid. A lot of our developers, you would agree with me, is they keep on focusing on the middle tier and the ultra luxury segment. There is a lot of demand. You've seen it in our population. We've seen it in our numbers, the housing shortage numbers. If we focus on that bottom of the pyramid, there's a lot of opportunities there. We do not have mainly a housing affordability problem. We have an accessibility problem. Majority of us Nigerians cannot afford the products that are being put out there in the market. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The last but not the least, Professor Kakolu, should upgrading of informal settlement receive greater priority than building new estates?
My answer is definitely yes. When you spoke, I just remembered last year, I got my postgraduate students for a period of 2 months to document every demolition that was going on in Nigeria. It was a group assignment. MSc Real Estate, Land Management and Sustainable Development option. I said to the MSc students, there's so much madness going on. For a country that is so poor, then you break down what has been built as it where you have the money to build it again. You can confiscate it. You can go through the process of, paying some compensation. You can do so many things. And so over 2 weeks, we documented from Sokoto to the Niger Delta River, all over Nigeria. They were on CNN, they were on Channels News, they were everywhere, and every day we were posting on the same WhatsApp platform to see how much destruction we were doing in the real estate sector. I would like you to read our findings. Eventually, I also told them, I said, in addition to documenting, go back, their term paper was, what were the causes of demolition? Some of them said lack of planning. There were so many frivolous excuses for why those buildings were going down. We have a dossier of information. I don't call it racketeering, I call it madness. Madness in the sense that the value of what was lost in those demolitions, particularly even the women who were cooking rice and beans for people to eat on site. The sheer value chain of Nigerian resources that go into putting up one building, that go into building estates, from the truck pushers to the laborers, no value in what all those people put together have done, where they could beat their chest and say, I was part of those who built that house. So the trauma you have caused to Nigerians by breaking down things because you claim they are illegal. Did those buildings grow overnight? Did somebody not see them when they were being built? You didn't see the first floor. You didn't see the second floor. You didn't see anything. Then you came back 20 years later and you said, I also told them, assign responsibilities. Who do we blame in each situation where something was demolished? Who is culpable? Like you rightly said, people are still being promoted. If it was during your tenure that a building came up in a zone you were responsible for and you were sleeping until it was roofed, you'll be called back to answer questions. Now, why I am saying that upgrading What do you want people to do? You talk about site and services. Even when you say site and services, you put it in the most remote place where there is no transport to get there to be. Your fence was stolen. That is mild, right? So I am an advocate. If development of infrastructure came late, accept that you came late. Go to those slums and upgrade them. But find a way to stop people from continuing to build out of desperation. We have a lot of layouts where we have marketed to people to build. You suddenly go back, community wakes up and says, you bought this land 15 years ago, you haven't built it, so we're taking it back. Why did I not build it? Government didn't bring the road. They didn't bring electricity. They didn't bring drainage. They didn't bring school. So my one land was sitting down there waiting for my fence to be stolen block by block. And nothing was done. So I would want to suggest, before we continue to demolish, stop, assess, what did it take to get this estate I want to demolish up here? How many Nigerians were in the sun? Can you lay blocks from morning till night? Somebody stands in that sun laying blocks from 7 a.m. in the morning till 4 p.m. You just wake up and go and demolish it. You cause trauma to people. You cause trauma to the society.
Thank you so much.
And we lose value.
Thank you so much.
I will
Thank
push
you.
for upgrading slums.
Sincerely speaking, thank you so much, the presenters. You've done well, despite the constraint of time. But the message is clear. Federal Minister of Housing, you are the Oga on the top in this industry. And all this madness must stop. Site and service is good, but let us start the site and service in the slum. They've been built. Site and service means infrastructure. Slum means houses that are devoid of infrastructure. So this site and service project of the federal government, let them start from the slum. Give them this infrastructure, sites and service. Give them these services. The services are there already. And we are saying it at this session that slum upgrading, where majority of Nigerians are living, they are low-hanging fruits. And if we start with that, if we start with slum upgrading, we start our site and service there, we are able to provide site and service land for real estate developer who will build a mass. This nation will make progress under this new minister. We wish every one of us the very best as we journey along in this Renew Hope project. Thank you so much, and God bless every one of us for listening.
Give them a better round of applause. This is all that concerns every one of us in Nigeria. Thank you. So there's going to be presentation of plaques again. And I think Professor Nubi is doing that for us. Okay, thank you. So you've got the podium, sir.
Savio Kunle Awolaja, thank you so much for all you do, always. On behalf of the minister, thank you. You are not clapping for us. So. Professor Ali, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. On behalf of the minister, I'd like to say this to you.
Thank you so very much, Professor Nubi, for that plenary section, and your panelists. So very grateful to you. Gradually coming to another presenter now, and that is in the person of the Dean of Environmental Sciences, Federal University of Technology in Minna, and that is Professor Olurotimi Kemiki, He's going to run us through draft national land policy and overview. Sir, Professor Kemiki, you've got the floor. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you. Can we give him a round of applause? When you clap, it's good for your heart.
Thank you, our esteemed Master of Ceremony. Let me maintain the protocol. For the want of time, we will be very brief with this presentation, and I will want your maximum cooperation as we run through this slide. I hope the slides have been projected. Could you please project the slides? The slide on draft national land policy. Could somebody project the slide? Project the slide. Okay. No. I must do this. No. Yes. No. Maybe 15. All right. Thank you very much. We'll be running through this slide now. The draft national land policy, a pathway to housing the low-income earners. In the beginning, when God created the Garden of Eden, the first estate, God produced the first land policy to guide man in the dealing with lands, housing. However, the CFO granted to Adam was revoked because Adam disobeyed the land law and policy of God Almighty. The will of God was that served as a template for the entire world going forward. But since the discontinuation of that land policy by God, man has continued to be in search of a sustainable land policy and land law. And let me also tell us that no matter how well the advanced world, advanced countries are doing, they still have their own peculiar land and housing related problem. In May, I was in Washington and Maryland, and I saw a family whose loads were being thrown out. And I asked my brother, what happened? Anytime you could not pay your rent, there is no need for tribunal. There is no need for 7 days notice. You will be ejected from that apartment. That's a challenge. So every nation has its own challenge and peculiar challenges. In Nigeria, despite the fact that we have enacted the Land Use Act as our law in 1978, over 48 years ago, we still don't have a single national land policy that can streamline the implementation of the Land Use Act.
Sorry that I have to break this. It's not the best, but I have to do it. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully request we have peace in the hall. This is a presentation. We've got to listen. So please, can we all sit down? If you're not sitting, please, can you look for somewhere to sit? Let's give the prof a respect and listen. Please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. Actually, I've been taking note of people making noise. You will not have your lunch. All right, as a fallout of the absence of the land policy, the poor and the vulnerable have been marginalized. They are the most hit people, and they could not afford land within the city. Come on, cities are not for the poor. The low-income earner needs help in accessing land. A sustainable national land policy is targeted to be the solution. This paper x-rays the draft national land policy produced in 2015 by the ESV GTN Tabansi-led interministerial committee, and we'll be looking at what they have done. That rich document, we will look at it, where we are and where we need to be. The African Union Framework and Guidelines on Land Policy in Africa define land policy as a set of agreed principles to govern ownership, for access to use, management of land resources to enhance their production and contribution to social, economic, political, and environmental development and poverty alleviation. Justification for national land policy. The challenges inherent in the existing land administration structure in Nigeria serve as a platform to justify the need for a national land policy, such as complex procedures, limited utilization, governance concept, multiple ownership claim, fragmented agency, weak customary integration, inadequate cadastral coverage, bureaucracy, manual record, among others. A national policy on land has the vision to guide the country towards the following: a sustainable and equitable use of land and its resources, to provide employment, to alleviate poverty, access to land, secure land tenure, food security, wealth creation, efficiency in land administration, provide incentive for property development, land valuation, engender social and economic development, among others. Next slide. The President Bola Ahmed Tinubu Renew Hope agenda all needs land to strive. You talk about reform the economy, you talk about national security, you talk about energy, you talk about agriculture, among others. Effective land administration is pivotal to the fulfillment and realization of the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President. Next slide. Purpose of national land policy: to provide a comprehensive framework for efficient, equitable, and sustainable management of Nigerian land resources, to promote equitable access to land, enhance agricultural productivity, promote sustainable management of shared land resources, among others. Next slide. Evolution of land administration in Nigeria. We have pre-independence, post-independence, and of course, the 48 years old Land Use Act of 1978. Next slide. What are the limitations of the Land Use Act? We all know. The inclusion of the Land Use Act in the Constitution make it difficult for its amendment. Delay in payment of the compensation, abuse of the enormous power vested in the executive governor. Compensation for building is depreciated. The Land Use Act provides that you depreciate building. But when you depreciate building and you ask the person to go and build with a depreciated money, the question is there a depreciated cement in the market? Is there a depreciated iron rod in the market? Is there a depreciated corrugated iron sheet in the market? The answer is no. Those are some of the challenges inherent in the Land Use Act. Next slide. Evolution of land legislation in Nigeria, 1900, 1903, 1906, 1918, among others. Next slide. We also have, before the promulgation of the Land Use Act, effort region by region, eastern region, northern region, western region, with each of the region addressing its peculiarity. Next slide. The policy thrust and objective of the draft national policy is in order to meet the competitive demand for land. There is need to put in place a policy to deliberately, underline the word, deliberately streamline the use, management, and administration and development of land in a coordinated manner for optimal benefit of the country. If the national land policy is put in place, all that we have been discussing since morning will be well and adequately addressed. Next slide. Policy thrust continue with a lot of innovations, a lot of actualization, what it intends to achieve. Next slide. Policy objectives. Equitable and unequal access to land by all, irrespective of your status, of your income, of your gender, or your color. Social identification, access to shelter, overall prosperity for the people, good cultural heritage, improved land governance, among others. Next slide. Policy strategy. How do we intend to actualize this? Listed here, including the review of the Land Use Act, maintain a land banking, prepare and implement the National Physical Development Plan for the country, among others. Next slide. Policy strategies continue. All right, let's go to surveying and mapping, land titling and registration, GIS, and land use planning. Their roles in land administration as contained in that document, the land policy for us in Nigeria. The first one is the surveying and mapping. The goal is to ensure that we produce an accurate and up-to-date geospatial data and information for proper management and administration of the nation's land at various scales in an accessible format. As we speak, as of today, we charge and encourage our land surveyor, geospatial expert to focus on this rather than, I was reading in the media, trying to update, review the law, do the line tightening, some compensation. You see, the work of a GIS, of a geospatial expert or a land surveyor is basically to produce an updated map. I think they will do better by focusing on this core assignment. Next slide. We have the objective. Next slide. Land titling and registration. Titling and registration of title are key to tenure security of land. Next slide. The goal is to ensure that the entire land holding in Nigeria are titled and registered. We don't gain much if we don't have land that are titled and registered. How do you track the owner of that land? How do you plan for something you don't know? So effort must be made to ensure that all land holdings in Nigeria are titled and registered. Next slide. Next slide. GIS and LIS is another platform for land administration. We recognize the usage of technology in delivering the core mandate of the national land policy. Next slide. Take us to land use planning. All right. Physical planning plays a critical role in the overall management of land resources. It enables stakeholders determine in advance policy direction and progress of land using taking into cognizance the spatial characteristics of the area. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. All right. Land and critical sector of the economy. The draft national policy now goes further to look at how land policy affect critical sector of the economy. Provision for being made for this critical sector of the economy so that when they want to develop, they have access to land. Why most of the demolition and high compensation rates are being paid for in Nigeria is because we don't have a sustainable master plan. Most of the plan that we have, a government will come, do its own, fire brigade approach, then you pay a lot of compensation. So we need a deliberate effort to ensure that critical sector are factored in our land policy. Next slide. Land for housing. Housing must be developed. There must be a deliberate effort to make unencumbered land with secure tenure available for housing development, either private sector or for public sector. Next slide. Take us to land for urban development. All right. The goal is to ensure that land is made available for the purpose of promoting planned, controlled, orderly, and sustainable development in the urban sector. Take us to next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Other sectors. Land for rural planning, land for forestry, land for grazing, land for energy, land for conservation, land for agriculture, for sport, industrial development, water resources, climate change, transportation. You will notice that most of the transportation routes in Lagos are now, they have to demolish a lot of buildings, pay high compensation. A national policy would have envisaged what type of transportation needs of each of the states up to local government level. Next slide. Institutional framework. This talk about the role of various institutions. The federal, what you need to do. the state what you need to do, the local government what you need to do without overlapping on each other's function. Next slide. Here we see the institution, federal, state, and local government. They are very key. Next slide. We see the role of the federal level, what they need to do, formulating policy, administration, establishing engineering and building standards, among others. We see next slide. Next slide. All right. We see the Office of the Surveyor General, the Federal Capital Territory, FHA, among others. Next slide. At the state level, no matter the nomenclature, we see Bureau of Land, Ministry of Housing. State has many nomenclature, but they have one assignment. Next slide. Their responsibility is to ensure land and urban development matters from state to state without ensuring that people that have access to this land go through a day. They must ensure that they have less stress to access land and without political consideration. You know, some of the state governors, they have enormous power. Some will tell you, you don't belong to my party, you cannot have land in my state. We have to structure our policy to favor every Nigerian that desires to have a land, whether you are a man, whether you are a woman, regardless of your income and regardless. We also need to change that mentality. When you are making application, state of origin should be excluded. It doesn't matter. What it needs to do is your state of residence. I am from Ogun State, but I've lived all my life in the north. I deserve a land in the north. I deserve a chieftaincy title in the north. I deserve an appointment in the north. I spent all my life in the north. I can't go back to Ogun State now. They don't know me. They don't know me for almost 40 years. I've been in the north. So the issue of state of origin should be expunged from every application for land in every state. All right, monitoring and evaluation. Take us to effort there, madam. Yes, effort thereafter. Effort thereafter. Now, we want to now look, since the production of that draft national policy, very good document, what effort has been done by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, most especially under this current dispensation, since the advent of President Ahmed Bola Tinubu 2023. What has happened? Let's see what has happened. All right, before Ahmed Tinubu, this gentleman, President Yar'Adua, did well by constituting Presidential Technical Committee on Land Reforms in 2009, and he gave them terms of reference. Next slide. See the terms of reference to develop land cadastral, identification of location, arbitration mechanism, land titlings, land valuations, among others. Now, this Presidential Technical Committee on Land Reform in 2015 appeared to be a blessed year for us in Nigeria. Also produced 7 documents. 1, the land reforms in Nigeria basic fact. A roadmap for the pilot scheme of PTCLR in selected states. Frequently asked questions on land titling. Draft National Land Commission Act. Manual of Standard Operating Procedure. Report on land valuation mechanism. Then the Draft Land Use Act regulation. Why the regulation? In realization of the fact that, okay, it is difficult to amend the Land Use Act, then we can make regulations that will help us to take care and address some of those deficiencies inherent in the Land Use Act. This committee has developed this document, but it has not yet been implemented. So we have 2 documents in 2015 not yet implemented. And the committee also has some peculiar challenges. Funding appears to affect all other sectors of the economy. Next slide. Recent effort under the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu administration. In 2023, the then minister, ensured that he reawakened that committee effort. And 2023, and that since then the ministry has made significant effort to also review those documents, because some of them are now becoming a little bit obsolete. So an ad hoc committee was set up to review the document, and we must appreciate the effort of the Director for Lands and Urban Development, ESB Alabi Collins, who has been passionate about the work of this committee. Next slide. In 2024, the committee made effort to review the 2008 rate for compensation for crop and economic tree. That's another giant stride in land administration. We now have an updated 2024 rate for compensation for economic tree and cash crops. This is the template. No, before that, one, this one. Yes, this was the template in 2024 with just 3 parameters. In 2008 with 3 parameters. The one we developed in 2024, you can see, next slide, has better parameters. The name, the botanical name, the native name, a lot of parameters were infused. We even have a software that on its own automatically review this rate, taking into cognizance the economy prevailing indices. Next slide. The Nigeria Land Title Registration Documentation Program is meant to ensure that the 95% land yet untitled are titled. However, this program recognizes the effort. It recognizes the power vested in the hands of the governor. It's not tampered with. What the program is doing is to stimulate, provide technical guidance so that states can move from where they are and to ensure that there is a rapid titling of land in Nigeria. Milestone. A lot of milestone has been achieved by that program. Up to 2006 March, when the World Bank mission came to Nigeria, we encourage the ministry to pursue this program rigorously because it's a game changer. We have the relationship between the PTCLR, the draft national policy, and the NLTRDP. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. We have the Renew Hope housing program, which is catered for the low-income earners. You can use rent-to own. You can also access mortgage, but they said the mortgage too may not be able to pay. But try it. Try it. At least there are some level that you can do. 1 bedroom, you can afford that and get yourself out. It's a laudable program. I must commend the effort of the ministry. Next slide. Recommendations. The federal government should prioritize land administration as the bedrock for the actualization of President Renew Hope agenda. This should be backed by adequate funding and swift passage of land-related policy, regulations, and law. The ministry should sustain the ad hoc committee on the review and effort and document produced by the PTCLR. That ad hoc committee should also be charged with the review of the draft land national policy. The ministry should accelerate the full implementation of a sustainable national land policy. The federal government should facilitate the quick implementation of the Nigeria Land Titling Registration Documentation Program because it's going to be a game changer. Conclusion. The choice is not whether low-income earners will find housing. It is whether we plan for it or leave them to create it. When formal land and housing system fails to meet demand, informal settlement inevitably emerge in a suitable location with consequences that affect everyone, including the government. Affordable housing does not begin with bricks and mortar. It begins with equitable land governance, unlocking access to land for all, expanding affordable housing opportunity, strengthening tenure security, promoting inclusive and resilient community, driving sustainable national development. Nigeria has the opportunity to unlock the vast economic potential of land for the benefit of all citizens, especially for low-income earners. Together, we can build a future where equitable land governance becomes the foundation for affordable housing, inclusive growth, and national prosperity. Thank you, and God bless you for listening.
Thank you so very much. We're going to really run fast now. Can we have Professor Womiloju please join him? ESV Awolaja, please join him. ESV Awolaja, please join him. ESV Onimola, please join him. And Professor Kakulu, please join him. Thank you. We're going to really run fast. are going to really run fast because of time. So, Professor Kemiki, sir, we are going to give you a time frame now, if you don't mind. With due respect, please. So we're going to give you 5 minutes. You can work with that. Can we have Professor Dugeri, if you're here, sir? Professor Dugeri, please. A round of applause for him. So, Professor Kemiki, I know you can do justice with 5 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
By the grace of God. Thank you very much. Arising from that presentation, we'll be looking at discussing some of the issues surrounding national policy for Nigeria. ESB Womiloju, you were giving an applause. Your star, we're happy seeing you. It shows that you have done well. So let's start with you. How will the national land policy improve land administration?
Thank you, sir. First and foremost, let me say I'm not a professor. I'm just an assistant a minister. That is that. With due respect, sir, you will please allow me to make my comments as the secretary of the interministerial committee that was set up there for the national land policy. And on that basis, I will say, one, I am not comfortable. 11 years after that draft was produced, we are still talking of a draft. In his presentation, the professor mentioned the document that was produced there. This is the document that was produced there. And before this document, we produced one we call zero draft. That was done by the ministry, by the ministerial committee. And then before this one, this is the zero draft. And that was produced by the ministerial committee. Then we now got to interministerial committee. And before we came up with this document, this draft, the committee, the interministerial committee membership was drawn across more than 25 MDAs of director level cadres, directors, deputy directors, and general managers there and there. And we also have participants from the regulatory bodies, regional regulatory bodies. And one other thing that I need to let you know about this document is that we work for about 5 months every fortnight before we end up coming up with this document. So if, as at 2015, we came up with this as a draft, and 2026, we're talking about this draft, I don't feel comfortable. And also that our chairman as committees have even left. Also, I don't really feel comfortable about that, because my own is to champion that this thing should no longer be a draft, should not be international policy. That is that. Now, concerning the question, everything, and I will emphasize on that we have been saying all along is embedded in this document. Everything. One thing that is also guiding people here is that we are looking at the possibility of how do we make use of land to have the optimal benefit from it. Not just creating land or say want to acquire land for housing. You will need to do a lot of work before that. And that is why in some cases we have land for special programs, like our president already mentioned that. And by the time this one becomes operational nationwide, I want to believe that the problem we're having, low-cost housing, either for low-income earners, middle, will be a thing of the past, because everything will have been addressed.
Thank you so much.
This is not framework. That's always a problem in this country.
Thank you so much.
Because, yes, sir, because we always have good plans, but the wherewithal from government is always a challenge, and I know that will be taken up very soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ESB Womiloju. Thank you so much. Back to another distinguished retired director in that ministry, SS Obian Paulo Ayo Unye Mola. Yes, you must have done well. Your staff love you. God bless you. Sir, as a distinguished retired director, how will these policies support the low-income earners' access to land? In a minute, if you can do it in a minute, fine.
Thank you very much, everyone. Yeah, land policy is very essential because it is the backbone for every law that you have to make, for effective land governance. And I believe that the objective of every law is to make life easy, for the citizens. And looking at housing, for instance, housing is one of the key problems. And basically, we talk about affordability and all of that. But then, because I've heard people say that site and services is not the best. I've heard people say, but I look at the fact that the entire Abuja is a site and services program. So if Abuja is a site and services program and it has succeeded very well, why, have site and services not succeeded in other places? I put it down, to lack of political will on the part of government. And secondly, the fact that there are policy somersaults and policy conflicts. There was a time we wanted to, I worked with a committee that was supposed to make housing affordable by reducing the cost of building materials. Okay, you want to reduce the cost of building materials, but you want the Nigerian customs, to increase their revenue. Then you say you don't want materials to be imported, but you are not providing the enabling environment for the local producers. You see, so there is a lot of policy conflicts, and until those things are resolved, I don't think, that we are going to make much progress. Land policy, has its place, but it is not the only problem. I'll tell you that land policy is one of the smallest issues, because you look at the fact that there are people who own their own land, even in their villages. They can't afford building materials. So is it land that is the problem for them? No. So you also look at it, because there are instances when site and services program is done, for instance, you realize that there is provision for low income, there is provision for middle income, and there is provision for the high income earners. But from my experience, what we have seen is that the low income earners, they allow themselves to be bought out of the scheme. They sell their land, and because they like the money, and then begin to move, into
they sell it to the rich.
Yeah. So you see, it's
thank you, sir.
Problem. And you can only do site and services
Thank
in
you,
virgin
sir.
area, because you cannot come into a place that is already developed to come and do site and services. So
Thank you, sir.
What you also have to do is that there must be an effective transportation system.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ESV Onyemola, integrating transportation to our land administration. I want to go to the chairman of Estate Surveyors and Valuers Registration Board of Nigeria, Professor Dugere, FNIVS. Sir, we have been talking about national land policy. In its implementation, what role will the board play to support the implementation of the national land policy? Prof, sir, in a minute, 60 seconds.
Thank you, Professor Keniki. Thank the organizers and the audience. Land is cardinal if we must achieve affordable housing. But like the first speaker said, we are talking about policy over policy over policy. I do recall, I followed through with the Presidential Technical Committee on Land Reform, who came up with regulations of the Land Use Act. And I'm sure whatever is being done today, I've not seen what draft is being proposed today. But I would want to believe that it's a follow-up to all the work that has been done previously. We have a basic problem. My teacher, Professor Nubi, said, the stole is fence. And I do know that there are underlying issues that we must address as a nation. There is, first of all, a plurality of tenurial system. We all agree that the bulk of the land in Nigeria is not registered, it's not mapped. But what efforts are we doing to bring this in? Because we have to anchor your certain services scheme on land that is marketable, bankable. If you have land that is held almost 85% in the hands of the informal sector, what are you doing to bring that land in so that it's formalized? And people create structures, you wake up overnight and you demolish them.
Thank you.
So lastly, please,
Yes,
one
sir.
last thing. The states who are supposed to manage lands, what is in hands of the federal government, who have been very pivotal in driving a workable land tenure system? The states have mismanaged our lands. The Land Use Act has a structure which I believe, if all the states have established their land use allocation committees, the bulk of the problems we're talking today would have been resolved. But each governor that comes into power sees no need to have in place this structure, which the Land Use Act envisaged to help manage lands. They want to have free access to land, and they've not put or get the structures to work. This is something that we must address, or the affordability of housing will remain a mirage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly switch over to the Director of Valuation, Lagos State Valuation Office, who trained me in the 90s. I did IT in his office. He's my mentor, and is well versed with the state government land administration. Professor Odigeri just mentioned that state has mismanaged land in various ways. Sir, with this draft national policy that is evolving, we are about implementing, what role can the state government play? Thank you. Yes, Bikuna Wulaja.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, you want me to call you my mentee, but you are now my Oga. So, but really, I want to a little bit move away from Professor Dugeri's assertion that the states mismanage land administration. I want to move away for this reason. Professor Dubi is looking at me that maybe I'm a paid agent, but that's not it. That's not it. But the thing is that I worked with the Lagos State.
Yeah.
But as I always tell Professor Nubi, for me it's no blame game. There's no blame game too. We all did that. We are all responsible. The Land Use Act, especially for estate surveyors and valuers, that's my profession. We lost it. The Land Use Act made provision, was instituted into the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. All over the world, as an immediate past president of the African Real Estate Society, and I've traveled around Africa, traveled around the world, and I've made presentations on land all over. And I've seen what is happening in all countries. In Kenya, for example, we had this, is it Kigigoro? I can't remember the name of that slum that was, Kenya. They call it, there's a name, Ikogoro, this slum area, very fast area that was, I can't remember. So, but in Kenya, Professor Kakulu was mentioning about upgrading of slum. But you don't just upgrade slum. A slum will come back to be a slum if you upgrade it. Yeah, let me cite in Cape Town, and Professor Nubi mentioned that in Cape Town we had the whites taking over, DA, and they do that, build, reclaim slum, and the blacks will still go and beat their sharks. So, but what needs to be done? What needs to be done, and for me, is that you need to even regularize the land first. Anando Dusoto talk about the capital, something. You need to regularize. We are doing that in Lagos.
Yes, sir.
We regularize, land regularization, but we might be doing it in the wrong way.
Thank you, sir.
You regularize that land, then you upgrade it for them. But because if you don't regularize it, they still do not have rights. And if there is no rights, You upgrade it for nothing. So I'm just saying it now. But estate surveyors and valuers missed it because there is a land use and allocation committee in all states of the federation. Now there is no state. There is no state. I want any. There is no state that have the land use and allocation committee. We are saying now, and I think since 1999 when we came back for the, is it Fourth Republic or what republic are we now? So, and we are all sitting there, and the Land Use Act is in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and we are all saying no. In all local governments, except Lagos State and some urban local government in some state capitals, there is a local LAC, land advisory or something like that for agricultural lands and so on. There is none. And we are all sitting there, raising up our hand and saying, so there is no blame game for me. We are all part of it. If you sit on our right, I think everybody will take it from you and they will look at it. I think I saw something, I would say it's an aberration. I saw land use and allocation being set up in the office of the Surveyor General of the Federation. What gibberish? I want to say that. What does that entail? So we need to now sit and look at it, come up with it. Not to be all this talk shop doesn't work. You sit there and now be saying, is the state government, is the federal government, is this. We blame government for what we can take up. So that is it. But I love this policy. This policy, we aid, and give us that leverage. And I pray that we take it up and work it and get it done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sure the Office of the Surveyor General have heard that the land use allocation is not their primary business. They should allow the professional in charge to do their work. Finally, to my distinguished Professor Kakulu, this policy that we are about implementing, to what extent will it support economic development of Nigeria? How will the national land policy support Nigerian economic development? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much. I think the bane for development is security of title, right? Security of title. If the land use policy ensures that land governance is properly done in a more transparent manner and reduces discretionary powers that are being used and flagrantly abused, people know they have security of tenure, then development is likely to be more lasting than otherwise. So I think that will be the main thrust, to build confidence, society confidence in the people, to say I have land, I can develop my small industry, and I can see it grow into the next generation. So weak governance structures do not allow development. Strong governance promotes development and economic development as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Sound governance, sound land policy promotes economic development. It brings prosperity to all our people. We thank you most profoundly for listening. Thank you and God bless you. That's the end of our section. Let's appreciate our panelists. Let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. Thank you so much.
You are not clapping very well. Clap for your heart. It's good for your heart. Thank you. Thank you so very much, Professor Kemiki. We are going to have a group photograph of these panelists, please. Can we have a group photograph, sir? Rosa. A group photograph. Group photograph on this side. Where is the last representative, please? So the group. Where's the media? Camera, please. Okay. Thank you.
Check.
Please, may I have the attention, please. Attention, please. I would like to invite the president of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuer to help us in giving us this plaque in presentation. Please come up, sir.
Estate Surveyor and Valuer Womiloju IS. Congratulations. Estate Surveyor and Valuer Ayo. Wanyambola. So what is that? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Finally, and then of course, the best of it all, we are having the Queen in the house, Professor Kakule, going to speak about something that concerns the women in the house. So I'm sure you are elated. Can we give her a round of applause? As she comes up to the podium to speak to the paper presentation titled Climate Change, Women's Rights and Access to Land in Nigeria. Did you hear that? Climate change, women's rights and access to land in Nigeria. A round of applause for her, please.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May I respectfully rest on all established protocols? I don't know if my slides are coming up. My slides. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, may I just present my paper? I'm here under very extraneous circumstances because I didn't want to disappoint this audience. Now, what I'm to speak on today is about climate change, women's rights and access to land. One thing that we see with climate change is that climate change is fueling land degradation. As climate change fuels land degradation, it reduces the amount of land available. Women have already been marginalized in several local balances where they do not have access to land, sometimes by inheritance, even though that is changing. And so women have to work hard. Women have to earn money. Women have to buy land. Men do not necessarily have the same. Sorry, can I get your attention, please? I know you're tired, but some of us have flown a long way to be here. And when we make sacrifice as academics, it goes beyond just standing up to speak. Sacrifice we make as academics. Hello? The sacrifice we make as academics goes beyond standing up to speak. It includes a few sleepless nights of trying to put across a message for an audience you do not want to disappoint. I lost my mother last week. I am preparing for the funeral next week.
And to make sure this audience was not disappointed, I got on a flight to be here. Can you allow me present this paper? Fine. So I've been given 5 minutes to speak, and I will speak in 5 minutes. If you give me attention for 5 minutes, I can say what I have to say, and then I'll be on my way back to bury my mom. Now, land degradation, one of the offshoots of climate change, is reducing the amount of land available. And so those who have always been marginalized, who do not have direct access to land, particularly the women who have to work and earn to buy land, appear to be more severely challenged. Now, one of the things we want to say when we talk about housing, we still keep talking about women's rights, we keep talking about access to land, we keep talking about the resources. One thing we have to do is to make sure we understand what climate change is doing. One of the panelists here who spoke said something about desertification. He talked about the desert encroaching and talked about the fact that land is reducing, right? And so climate change is real. Now, who is responsible for climate change? The housing sector. We are one of the major contributors to climate change. And how are we doing that? Fossil fuels are releasing carbons, we agree. But if we have enough forests, the carbon sink is also large. So when we go in to do our site and services schemes, our residential estates, one of the first things we do is clear all the forests, remove the carbon sink, worsen climate change, and then we come back to ask why it is happening. So my simple message to us today is, climate change leads to land degradation, climate change leads to desert encroachment, climate change continues to reduce the volume of land available to go around to everybody. And so in a jungle, those who can fight will get more than those who cannot. So the marginalized, the poor, the women who in some cultures do not have access to land, the women who in urban environments have to go through all sorts and sometimes including domestic violence to have their independent income to be able to buy land, are marginalized. So what I would like to encourage us is, when we go into housing development, what should be at the top of our agenda is to ensure that in the process of developing, we do not continue to degrade. We go into the mangrove swamps, we clear the mangrove, we pump in sand, and then when we start having flood disasters, we wonder why it is happening. We don't understand that I know we need land. I've done several papers, particularly with the riverine communities, where a lot of the land has gone. Mangrove swamps that are helping us ensure that the water in the urban environments that we drink from our boreholes remain clean. We clear off the mangrove, and then we start wondering why we're having salt intrusion. You build massive estates by the waterfront, you cannot find clean water to drink. So I want to, I just want to appeal to us. I've already concluded. Sorry, I couldn't go through the paper, but all the paper simply says is, climate change is causing land degradation, land is reducing, those who are marginalized in the past, who do not have access, continue to be further marginalized, including the women, and housing development contributes to global warming in such a massive way that if global warming cannot stop, climate change will not stop. So while we're here at the housing summit, my challenge to all of us is, how can we build, how can we provide housing for Nigeria without continually degrading the ecology that we depend on? So thank you very much to all our colleagues, and I hope I've passed the message across. Thank you.
Can we please give her another round of applause? I felt really humbled to hear her say she lost her mom, and then she still had to come do this presentation. Thank you very much. IRI, the president of the International Right of Way Association, Chapter 84, Nigeria, ESV Idoge said, Akpan, a round of applause for him. As I also quickly recognize officers of the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. For time, we won't be able to call all of you, but you're all welcome. Thank you.
Please, may I have my slides? For want of time, I lean on the already established protocol. I represent International Right of Way Association. A lot of things have been said about why we have problems having land and housing. But I tell you one thing, no right of way, no housing. That is principle. No right of way, in fact, no infrastructure at all. So I want to introduce to us what we have internationally, which should be embedded in the national housing policy and in our practice as we go forward. I don't want to list all the problems from the Land Use Act that have been listed before, but what have been introduced internationally to solve all these litigation problems include fair and adequate compensation, and these have been very well introduced by the World Bank and the African Development Bank. That includes Resettlement Action Plan and for the PAP, Project Affected Persons. If we go to that provision, we will not have any problems at all. This conforms with environmental social governance standards, as well as fair land value. In Land Use Act, land value is not there at all. Market-based rates for crops and developments. Land value, unexhausted improvements, and all these are market-driven. So they are not static as we have in the Constitution or in the Land Use Act. Allowance for transaction costs of land, example, valuation, agency, documentation, legal fees are also accommodated. Transition costs, that is interest between the settlement period, example, 2 months, and the residential for the residential, and up to 6 months for agricultural settlement. You have to pay interest. Land use preparation costs are there too. And transportation costs between the impacted land and the new land settlements. So if we accommodate all these costs, we'll find out that we have a solution for land. But why right of way, international right of way? The objectives of international right of way, amongst others, is to promote excellence, integrity, and ethical standards in professional practice, establish, promote international standards and best practices in the right of way practice. If we introduce just what I've listed, we will have a perfect solution. So who are those entitled to be a right of way agents? They are all professionals, engineers, surveyors, land surveyors, even sociologists and what have you, environmentalists, but they register with the International Right of Way Association and obtain right of way agents, RWA certification, senior right of way agents, right of way professional as a qualification to be an international agent. What are their roles? Planning and corridor mapping. valuation and fair compensation, stakeholders engagement, legal compliance and documentation, resettlement management. So all this, you will find out that all those professionals I listed are embedded in this. If they work in coordination, we won't have project delays. A case study would be without IWA, 3 years delay, about 250 million loss and protests in every project. With Iowa, you'll have only 6 months to deliver a project and 0 protests on time and expectations. There are laws listed there that we can avail ourselves of and then deploy this international best practice. So my recommendation in conclusion is, remember, no right of way, no housing. So we would need to deploy international best practice, compensation and relocation. We need to have all professional players in the right of way practice join Iowa to implement the improved trend in the right of way practice. And then we need to introduce these international best practices in the new housing policy we want to develop. So ladies and gentlemen, I would welcome all the professionals to register with us, International Right of Way Association, and the contact point is on the board there. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we give him another round of applause? That's the president of Iowa telling us the right of way, and we are entitled to it. Thank you so very much. May I at this point now request my colleague Ben Dodo to take over the coordination of the rest of this event. Thank you. Once again, a very good afternoon to you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for yourselves. It's been a long day from 9 a.m. up until this time, and you have been seated pretty well, listening to the sessions and being a part of every conversation that has happened. Please, can you just rise up on your feet? We have been sitting for too long. Let us stretch our legs and our hands. Thank you. You can raise your hands, do something like this. Thank you. Thank you. Stretch, 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 stretch. Or let's do this. 1, 2, go. My head, my shoulder, my head, my shoulder, my knees. Everybody, my head, my shoulder, my knees. They all belong. Put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we draw the curtains today on today's insightful deliberations, it is evident that land remains the bedrock of sustainable and affordable housing. The conversations we've had today have reinforced the fact that meaningful land administration reforms are essential if we are to make home ownership a reality for millions of low-income Nigerians and Africans. Once again, please put your hands together for members of staff and everyone here from the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. A round of applause for them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, as we continue to explore practical solutions that will shape the future of housing, we now shift our attention to a very important assignment that we have here today. It is the National Home Ownership and Housing Development Campaign. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today marks the beginning of something truly significant for Nigeria's housing sector. For years, governments, housing institutions, developers, and development partners have continued to create policies, programs, and opportunities aimed at expanding access to affordable housing and home ownership. Yet many Nigerians remain unaware of these opportunities, while many states are yet to fully harness the partnerships and innovations available within the housing ecosystem. The National Home Ownership and Housing Development Campaign has been conceived to bridge that gap. It is a nationwide advocacy and stakeholder engagement initiative designed to bring housing opportunities closer to the people by connecting governments, institutions, developers, investors, and citizens to one platform. This morning, or this afternoon rather, we are not simply unveiling another program. We are launching a national movement that will begin here at the Africa International Housing Show before moving across Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones, with the Northwest expected to host the first regional campaign later this year. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to set the tone for this historic movement, I invite you to turn your attention to the screen as we present the official promotional video of the National Home Ownership and Housing Development Campaign.
Nigerian deserves a key. Every family deserves a home. Every Nigerian deserves a key. Every family deserves a home. And every home represents dignity, security, opportunity, and hope. Housing is more than shelter. It is the foundation of stable families, thriving communities, economic growth, and national development. Across Nigeria today, unprecedented opportunities are emerging through ongoing housing reforms, innovative financing initiatives, and strategic investments in affordable housing delivery. Yet, significant gaps remain. At both the national and sub-national levels, many states are yet to fully align with emerging housing reforms and opportunities. National and international development finance institutions remain underutilized. Institutional knowledge is often lost between administrations, and millions of Nigerians remain unaware of the pathways available for accessing affordable housing, mortgages, and home ownership opportunities. For many citizens, the dream of owning a home still feels distant. But that is about to change. That is why the National Home Ownership and Housing Development Campaign was conceived. It is a nationwide initiative developed by Know This Nigeria Network, KTNN, in collaboration with Africa International Housing Show, AIHS, as lead implementation partner. The campaign is designed to bridge the gap between policy and people, to take housing opportunities directly beyond conferences to citizens, to support states with knowledge in unlocking housing investments, to help national and sub-national governments strengthen institutional capacity, and to ensure that housing reforms translate into real home ownership opportunities for Nigerians. The campaign combines two powerful approaches: regional executive sessions for policymakers and institutional leaders, and state-by-state home ownership seminars for citizens. Across the 6 geopolitical zones, governors, commissioners, legislators, housing agencies, financial institutions, development finance institutions, and private sector stakeholders will come together to explore practical solutions for accelerating housing delivery. At the same time, citizens will receive practical guidance on mortgages, housing registration, financing options, and access to federal government housing programs through dedicated home ownership guides, digital platforms, video infomercials, advisory materials, and trained home ownership specialists across the country. The campaign will make housing information simpler, clearer, and more accessible than ever before. This is more than a campaign. It is a national movement. A movement to build awareness, to create access, to unlock housing development and home ownership opportunities, and to inspire action. Because when citizens understand the opportunities available to them, they are empowered to take the next step towards home ownership. Together, we can make home ownership more accessible. Together, we can build stronger communities. Together, we can unlock housing opportunities in every state. And together, we can create a future where decent, affordable housing is not merely an aspiration, but a reality for millions of Nigerians. The National Home Ownership and Housing Development Campaign, bringing housing opportunities closer to Nigerians, because every Nigerian deserves a key, and every family deserves a home.
If you're excited about this initiative, please give a round of applause for the think tanks behind this. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to launch the National Home Ownership and Housing Development Campaign, I want to bring someone up. He is a lawyer, an affordable housing advocate. In fact, the loudest voice in Nigeria when it comes to advocating for affordable housing. He is the MD and CEO of Housing 20th Africa, the very first in the whole of Africa, the MD CEO, Housing Development Advocacy Network, and also the convener of the Africa International Housing Show. Please give a loud ovation for Mr. Barrister Festus Adebayo as he comes forward for this launch. Make it louder, make it bigger. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our president of professional bodies, our very important guest speakers, at this point, it is my honor to invite our distinguished chief launcher, Barrister Nella Andem-Hewa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to please come forward to join me. Can we give her a very round of applause? Alongside with him, I want to invite the head of housing agency present here, the Honorable Commissioner for Housing from Cross River State, to please join. I want to invite the Vice Chairman of the Africa International Housing Advisory Board, His Excellency Reverend Akim Ogunina, to please join me here. Can we give him a round of applause? That's my leader. The national coordinator of this campaign is no other person than QS Mohamed Baba Adamu. Baba Adamu is a former president of the Association of Housing Corporations of Nigeria, a former commissioner in Niger State. Can we give him a round of applause as he's coming up? Our Director of Program and Implementation for this movement is no other person than Architect Busari Amuidi, to please come forward. Can we give Architect a round of applause? I want to call on all Nigerian stakeholders, African stakeholders, to know that this is a new initiative. Will I call it? I saw one that is door-to-door campaign for Mr. President 2027. What I'm doing in my own is door-to-door campaign for housing awareness, home ownership awareness in Nigeria. At this point, where we are here, Professor Nubi, you must join us in this assignment. Can we give him a round of applause? The assignment I'm doing today was handed over to me by Professor Nubi about 25 years ago. And that is the reason why I cannot sit down why I am doing the assignment again until I retire him. And I've not retired you. At this point, I'd like to call Barrister Nella and then Ewa to please launch this campaign and declare it as what every Nigerian should accept. From today on, we're going to go to state. We have the Commissioner for Housing from Kano State, who has accepted that the first awareness campaign should take place in Kano. I believe after this inauguration, the Commissioner for Housing from Cross River State will tell me our state should be the second state to visit. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the organizers of the Africa International Housing Show, know this Nigerian network, which documents we all have, and who have prepared the Nigeria Home Ownership Guide, which I believe will be very helpful, and all distinguished stakeholders gathered here today. I have the singular honor and privilege to officially declare the National Home Owners and Housing Development Campaign launched. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have to hold it and take a good photograph together. I hope this thing is not confusing, okay? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for them. Are you here? Please give them a solid round of applause, like you know what time it is. Thank you. As we conclude the National Home Ownership and Housing Development Campaign launch, we sincerely appreciate Mr. Festus Adebayo and his team for their contributions once again to the development of housing, especially affordable housing in Nigeria. We now move to another critical aspect of the housing value chain. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to invite Dangote Industries Limited for their special presentation as one of Africa's leading industrial groups and a key player in the production of cement and other building materials. Dangote continues to contribute significantly to infrastructure development and the drive for affordable housing across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not busy, please join me in giving a warm Africa International Housing Show welcome to the representatives of Dangote Industries Limited as they take us through their presentation. Dangote, the stage is yours. Good afternoon.
George.
To give the opening remarks, I'd like to call on Mr. Bankole George, Sales Director, Dangote Cements PLC, North Central. Please, a round of applause for him.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A beautiful thank you to Barrister Adebayo, the convener of the Africa International Housing Show. I know many of us have been here since morning and some since Monday. So thank you for your patience. Housing issue is very important to Nigeria and to Nigerians and to Africans at large. So I am here to present a short speech from the leadership of Dangote Cement PLC. The National Sales Director, Mr. Dolapo Ali, is unavoidably absent, so I will be presenting on his behalf. So permit me, because of our time, to stand on all existing protocols. So, housing remains one of the most basic needs of a man and a critical foundation for social stability, economic productivity, and inclusive development. Yet, across Africa, the rising cost of land, infrastructure, building materials, and construction has continued to place decent and affordable housing beyond the reach of many low-income earners and informal workers. It is therefore a great pleasure for Dangote Cement PLC to be part of this show, the Africa International Housing Show 2026. Particularly as this year's theme, Housing Solution for Low-Income and Informal Workers in Africa, speaks directly to one of the most important development issues confronting the continent. Housing is not merely about shelter. It is about dignity, health, security, opportunities, and the ability of families to plan with confidence. Across Africa, the informal sector is large, dynamic, and indispensable. It includes market women, artisans, factory hands, construction workers, drivers, security guards, cleaners, food vendors, technicians, domestic workers, small traders, and young entrepreneurs. Many of these workers are not captured in formal payroll systems and often earn irregular incomes. Yet, they remain the engine of daily commerce and the backbone of our urban economies. The United Nations has warned that the global housing gap is widening, with billions of people lacking adequate housing and more than 1 billion living in informal settlements and slums across the continent. In sub-Saharan Africa, rapid urbanization continues to place intense pressure on land, infrastructure, services, and household budgets. At Dangote Cement, we see this challenge not only as a social issue, but also as an economic opportunity. Housing drives demand for local materials, it creates jobs across the construction value chain, supports small businesses, deepens financial inclusion, and strengthens the foundation of productive cities across the world. The question, therefore, is, how can we turn Africa's housing deficit into a platform for inclusive growth? I have a few suggestions. Number one, design housing finance for low-income and informal workers. What are we trying to say? For too long, housing finance has been designed around formal employment, monthly pay slips, and conventional collaterals. That model excludes the millions of hardworking people in African cities. Even the traditional banking system has not fully captured low-income and informal workers because of strict account opening and lending requirements. However, technology and fintech platforms have shown that financial inclusion can be expanded by meeting people where they are and designing products around their realities. What Africa needs are housing finance products that reflect real income patterns. Micro mortgages, rent-to-own schemes, cooperative savings, employer-assisted housing, incremental loans, and flexible repayment system that is linked to daily, weekly, or seasonal earnings. Mobile money, digital identity, alternative credit scoring, and community savings records can help financial institutions to access reliability beyond traditional banking history. If a trader can pay rent consistently for years, if an artisan can save weekly through a cooperative, and if a driver can maintain steady daily earnings, those records should count as financial credibility. Number 2, reduce the cost of land, infrastructure, and construction. Land remains one of the greatest determinants of affordable housing. Government can help by making well-located land available for mass housing and low-cost housing projects. At all levels, government can create new estates, allocate land at affordable costs, and ensure that low-income people are direct beneficiaries. This is doable. There is also a need to promote compact, climate-smart, and adaptable designs. The home of the future for low-income families does not have to be large or expensive. It must be safe, serviced, expandable, energy efficient, and located near transports, markets, clinics, schools, and jobs. Thirdly, support incremental housing and community-led upgrading. Many African families do not buy finished houses in one transaction. They build gradually, one room, one roof, one improvement at a time. Policy should not punish this reality. It should support it. Incremental housing, loans, technical assistance, standardized plans, quality building materials, and service plots can help families improve their homes step by step without falling into unsafe or illegal construction. At the same time, informal settlements should not be treated only as problems to be cleared. They are communities of workers, children, families, and small businesses. Where possible, the priority should be in situ upgrading, secure tenure, drainage, sanitation, water, lighting, waste management, roads, and access to public transport. Upgrading existing communities is often more humane, more affordable, and more economically sensible than displacement of people. The fourth point I want to make, strengthen affordable rental housing. Homeownership is important, but it should not be the only goal. For many low-income and informal workers, especially young people, migrants, apprentices, and newly formed households, affordable rental housing is the first step towards stability. We need safe rental units, rooming houses, hostels, and mixed-use developments that are regulated for dignity, but not overburdened by unrealistic standards. Public-private partnership can deliver this at scale, especially when governments provide land, infrastructure, and targeted incentives. While private developers, cooperatives, pension funds, development finance, institutions, and community organizations bring capital, innovation, and management capacity. This is the kind of partnership required to move affordable housing from policy aspiration to practical delivery. The fifth point, making housing climate resilient and connected to livelihoods. Now, low-income communities are often the most exposed to floods, heat, erosion, and poor sanitation. A housing solution that ignores climate risk is not truly affordable. It merely transfers the cost to families in the form of illness, loss of property, displacement, and insecurity. Affordable housing must therefore include drainage, green spaces, resilient materials, cleaner energy options, and safer locations. Housing must also be connected to livelihoods. Informal workers need access to markets, transport corridors, workshops, storage spaces, and digital services. When housing is located far from jobs, the poor, they pay twice. First in rent, and then in transport, in time, in fatigue, and in lost opportunities. Lastly, build partnership that match the scale of the challenge. I repeat, build partnerships that match the scale of the challenge. What do we mean? No single institution can solve African housing challenge alone. National governments must provide policy direction. State and city authorities must plan, service, and regulate land. Financial institutions must design products for the real economy. Developers must build for the affordability, not only for luxury. Manufacturers must continue to support availability of quality building materials. Communities must be involved from the beginning, not consulted at the end. Development partners must also help crowd in long-term capital at reasonable cost. In conclusion, as a company committed to supporting Africa's infrastructural development, Dangote Cement believes that affordable housing must be treated as a shared responsibility. Let us therefore commit to 5 practical actions. Unlock well-located land for affordable housing. Expand Service Plus and incremental housing finance. Formalize and support community savings and housing cooperatives. Scale up affordable rental options. And make climate resilience a non-negotiable part of every housing programs. Ladies and gentlemen, the test of a city is not in the height of its tallest tower, but the dignity of the homes available to its least paid workers. The true measure of development is not only the number of estates we build, but whether teachers, nurses, drivers, traders, artisans, factory workers, and cleaners can live safely, affordably, and close to opportunities. If you get housing right, ladies and gentlemen, we will not only reduce poverty, we will create jobs, we will deepen financial inclusion, we will improve health, we will strengthen families, we will support education, we will protect the environment and build more productive cities. We will also strengthen local industries and expand the economic opportunities that enable Africa to become more self-reliant and prosperous. Let us therefore approach housing not as charity, but as a critical infrastructure for human dignity and economic transformation. Let us design for the worker who earns irregularly, the family that builds gradually, the community that saves collectively, and the city that must grow inclusively. Africa's housing challenge is great, but with courage from all of us, innovation, disciplined execution, and partnership, it is solvable. And I'm optimistic that we will solve it together. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can do better than that. A round of applause for Bankole George, Mr. Bankole George, Sales Director, Dangote Cement PLC, North Central. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to brands in Nigeria, one of the leading brands in different sectors of the economy of this country, manufacturing, housing, oil and gas, food, is Dangote. Coming up next is a unique proposition of the Dangote Cement brand, and this will be done by no other but Mr. Ayodeji Aniki, Head, Technical Sales, Dangote Cement PLC. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward. Make it bigger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll stand on the existing protocol Today, I'm here to present the unique proposition of the Dangote Cement brand. As we all know, cement is a binder, but cement is not always the same, doesn't have the same properties. And that's the reason why we need to tell people the brands that exist in Dangote and also get them aware of what you need to use it for based on your design and based on every other thing you are taking into consideration when using the cement. To do that, I'll hand over to Engineer Joseph Oko, who will take each of the brands and tell you the unique proposition for each of the brands. Because we have a situation where we use an over-designed cement to do a simple job. And there are cements that are of cheaper prices that you can use to do those simple jobs instead of buying the ones with so much, with a high price to do. Yeah. Instead of doing the ones, instead of using the high price cement to do very simple work. There are instances where you need to do work with you want to construct something like a low load structure. You don't have to use a 3X or a Blockmaster to do that, because you are talking of a building that is not carrying any load, like a bungalow or a story building. There are cement that are designed to do that right from the foundation up to the story building, to the first floor. So, Joseph, you're welcome. You can. He will do justice to this. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to still stand on the existing protocol already set. So, today is our day, the Dangote Group, and most of us, they always ask why in Dangote do we have varieties of cement. We have different brands of cement, and that is one factor that makes us unique in our own way. In Dangote Cement, we have varieties of brand, and each brand is particularly specified for a particular cement application. So we'll be talking about each of our brands, the applications, and the uses of each and every one of them. So, next slide. Okay. Justice has been done already by my head of technical, and he has discussed about cement, and he has said cement is a binder. So cement is only formed when water is being added into it. That is when cement is being formed. So next please. So in Dangote Cement, we are the biggest cement company in the sub-Saharan Africa, and we are present in 11 African countries. We are happy that in Nigeria here, we have the leading brand here in Nigeria, and we have 4 plants in Nigeria. The biggest of them all is in Obatana, which is in Kogi State. And Obatana has a 5-line production, and each line produces 20.5 metric tons annually, every year. So we produce 20.5 metric tons every year from our Obatana plant. The second biggest we have is our plant in Ibishi, which is in Kogi State, which is the second biggest. Then we have the one in Benue, which is Boku, our Boku plant. Then we have in Edo our Opela plant, which is a new plant that we just built. And we have a new plant coming up also in Ogun State, which is our Itori plant, and that is going to be 6 metric tons. It is still currently undergoing construction, but when it goes on, it is going to still help us to supply and continue being leaders of the market here in Nigeria. So, just like I said, the Obaja Cement is our flagship plant. It supplies everywhere in the country, and we produce in all our plants. Just to take note, in all our plants, all our plants are produced from all our plants. Next, please. Next. So these are our brands for the Dangote Cement. The first one over there is Dangote Blockmaster. The Dangote Blockmaster is our 42.5 R cement. The R cement is a rapid hardening cement. The second there is our 3X variant, which is still a rapid and is similar to that of Blockmaster. While the one in the third one is the general one we see everywhere, which is our 42.5N. The N is for normal hardening, which is the 3X, which is what you see readily available in the market today. Then the final one is our Falcon cement, the Dangote Falcon, which is a quick set cement. It's a finishing cement. Next, please. Okay, so the product, the Dangote Falcon. The Dangote Falcon, like I said, is a quick set cement. It's a quick set cement. It is a 32.5 R grade cement. When I say 32.5 R, the strength of it is 32.5. It has a minimum strength of 32.5. The strength development is the R that is denoted on it, whereby the R is for rapid hardening. It is used for, it is a finishing cement that it is used for bricklaying, plastering, wall screeding, tiling, anything that has to do with finishing works, surfacing that has to do with smoothness. This is what we use the Dangote Falcon for. Are we together? So the Dangote Falcon is a product that you can use for any soft smoothing material application you want to use, cement application. If you are doing window dressing, you want to apply window dressing, you want to apply, do laying of tiles, laying of blocks, and just like my head was saying, if you are doing non-load bearing buildings that you are not going to use heavy beams and columns on top, we use the Dangote Falcon. Like we said, the limestone addition is between 21 to 35% of it inside the cement. All our cements are Portland limestone. So the limestone addition is what differentiates each of them from all the products. So it's also, okay, yes. So our 3X, the 3X is our multi-purpose cement. When I mean multi-purpose, it can be used for the general cement application. Any cement application you want to use, construction, plastering, tiling, it is our multi-purpose cement. It is 42.5 N. Like I said, the N is for normal hardening. So it goes at the rate at which cement is supposed to go. In the construction industry, if you are measuring the age of cement, it's by 2 days, 7 days, and 28 days. By 2 days, there is a strength, the 3X shall arrive at a minimum strength of 20 megapascals. That is the strength of it. And it continues to grow. By the end of 48 days, you shall arrive at the 42.5 MPa. The MPa is megapascal. That is the unit of measurement for it. So the 3X is a general multi-purpose cement, and it can be used for any cement application. Any construction work you want to do, it is generally used for. Next, please. Okay, yes, the 3X variant. The 3X variant is a 42.5R. It is similar to our Blockmaster. So I think I prefer to just talk on the Blockmaster. So the Blockmaster. Next, please. All right. So Dangote Blockmaster is our premium product. When I say premium, it is a product that we do not joke with. This cement came out in 2018. It's also a Portland limestone. It is 42.5R, different from the 3X. 3X is 42.5N, which is normal hardening, while the Blockmaster is R. So do you know the difference between the N and the R? It's not you see both of them 42.5, 42.5. Yes. But what makes the difference between the two is the initial setting of the both of them. By the end of the day, when you measure 28 days, you will arrive at the minimum strength of 42.5. So our Blockmaster, like I said, is our premium product. The BLO is for block, while the C is for concrete. So it is not specifically for only block makers. It is block and concrete. BLO for block, while the C for concrete. So any block and concrete work, that is what this cement was specially designed for. We know today we have a lot of end users here in our midst. Most of the block molders, they want to mold block today and supply their blocks the following day. So that was why the company decided to come out with Blockmaster. And also to be proud of the company we are, in this part of the country that we are, Blockmaster is the only rapid hardening cement you will see. Check anywhere you see. In this part of the country, you will not get a rapid hardening product other than Blockmaster. Other cement brands that are 42.5 are normal hardening. in this part of the country, it is only Blockmaster that is a R cement. So it's a high grade cement, and the limestone addition is less in it, which is between 6 to 20% addition of limestone. So it is used for high-rise buildings, it is used for block making, anything that has to do with high-grade construction. We are doing casting, construction of blocks, producing of blocks. We prefer you use the Dangote Blockmaster. Now that we are in the rainy season, this is what we use for the rainy season, because it will be rapid. That is the essence of an ice cement. So we advise that whenever you are having high-grade construction works, you go for our Blockmaster. All our products are readily and available in all of our states. Like I said earlier, all of our plants produce all of our products. The Dangote Falcon, the Dangote PX, and the Dangote Blockmaster. But thank you very much. So, any questions you want to ask, we handle it at our booths. We have our sales officers and technical guys at the booths that will help you to handle any questions you want to answer. Thank you very much.
You're not clapping like you're excited. You can do better than that. Thank you. Well, just like he said, if you have questions to ask, please visit them at the booths. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to call on Mr. Adeniran, the Deputy Regional Director, North Central Dangote Cement PLC, for the closing remarks. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we bring to close this Dangote session of the 20th Africa International Housing Show to a close, we know that most of you must have learned one new thing about Dangote cement, that we have a different variety for different uses. So on that note, I believe that we must have learned something. On behalf of Dangote Cement PLC and the President of Dangote Industries Limited, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, we thank all our distributors, our customers, our retailers, all our esteemed guests that we invited. We appreciate you all for coming. On this note, we draw the curtain down and wish all of you safe journey. Thank you for coming. Thank you very much.
All right, like we said earlier, if you have questions to ask, please visit their booth for more information on any of their products that you would want to know about. Please give them another round of applause. They have been great partners of the African International Housing Show year after year, and indeed we do not take it for granted. Thank you very much, Dangote PLC, for being a part of the African International Housing Show 2026. Very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as they take their leave, I just want to recognize some people seated with us here today. Help me put your hands together for the CEO of Financing and Partnerships Africa Limited, FIMPA, Dr. Emmanuel Akiwumi. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you for being here with us. He is one of the first people to have been seated here since morning. Thank you, sir, for being here. I also want to recognize Otumba Olayinka Brimo, the MD and CEO, Hall 7. A round of applause for him. If you see me with these dark glasses, I learned it from him. His style is something else. Thank you, sir, for initiating me. Nice to see you, sir. I also want to recognize the presence of Mr. Kayode Omotosho. Please, a round of applause, sir. Good to have you here, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to hear from another important brand when it comes to manufacturing and building.
They are a member of the Hoxane Cement, recently changed brand signature. The HBM Nigeria PLC, more than a cement company, but an infrastructure partner in the built and construction sector, with a range of products from cement, mortar, ready-mix, concrete. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the representative from HBM Nigeria PLC. No, not the representative, hold on. Give me a minute. HBM, in case you are wondering, what is HBM? Formerly Lafarge. Of course, you know how big they are. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Yomi Moses, Director of Marketing, HBM, for her presentation. I'm sure you saw the change of name. The whole of Nigeria gathered in Lagos, and it was big. Put your hands together for her once again. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the established protocol. MC, I'm not sure I saw you at the lunch. Oh, sorry about that. So like you rightly said, our company, Lafarge Africa PLC, we've undergone a rebrand, a corporate name change, and we are now known as HBM Nigeria PLC. Thank you. Thank you. So before I start, I just want to share a few thoughts with you, because seated in this room, we have most of our critical stakeholders. So when we have a change like that, it is good that we come and we'll explain a little bit more about the change beyond what you would have seen or heard in the media. But before I start, I want to congratulate the AIHS. This is the 20th year that they've been doing this fantastic, amazing gathering. So please, let's celebrate them. Thank you. So next slide, please. Next slide. Oh, fantastic. So I only want to share 5 thoughts with you. We want to tell you that, yes, today we are HBM Nigeria PLC, but our company has been undergoing a lot of growth along our journey. So it's just to explain a little bit about the evolution of how Lafarge became HBM, and even what Lafarge was before it became Lafarge. And then I'll tell you about our operations footprint in Nigeria. We would look at our product and our solutions portfolio, which is very relevant to the people in this room. We will take our commitment, and then we'll just share a sneak peek of what is coming with the Washin Business Material Group, now the owners of Lafarge Africa PLC. So let's start. So if you look at our journey, we are the oldest cement company in Nigeria. This business actually started as WAPCO, West African Portland Cement, and we shared the same birthday with Nigeria. We were established around 1960. So we've been here for 67 years. We started in our Iwekolo plant with our elephant cement. And if you see, in 2001, Lafarge then bought over WAPCO and became Lafarge Africa PLC. And we bought that name. We also expanded our portfolio into Ashaka Cement, Unison Cement. We also launched Superset. I'll tell you a little bit more about our brands as we go in the conversation. So in 2021, then, in 2015, Lafarge and Holcim. Lafarge and Holcim were like the #1 and #2 biggest cement companies in the world. They merged and they became Lafarge Holcim. And through that, Lafarge Africa retained its name. Nothing changed to us with regards to our name. In 2021, Lafarge Africa at the global level became Holcim. So the name Lafarge went and it became Holcim. So at that point, we still retained our name as Lafarge Africa PLC. The only thing we did was just to let people know that we're a member of Holcim. Holcim is the #1 cement manufacturers in the world. So we still kept our name as Lafarge Africa PLC. In 2025, the Holcim Group divested from Nigeria, meaning that they sold their controlling stake, and they sold it to a cement manufacturer in China called Washing Building Materials Group. So Washing Building Materials Group, a company from China, they've been in the cement business since 1907, so they have more than 100 years under their belt. They have become the owners of Lafarge Africa PLC. And it is consistent with that change in ownership structure. On the 21st of June, just last month, what the MC alluded to, we had a formal corporate name change. So Lafarge Africa PLC is now known as HBN Nigeria PLC. Only the corporate name has changed. Our products and our solutions portfolio, nothing has changed. It's still the same quality that Nigerians have trusted for the last 67 years. So we just thought to give you like a snapshot of the evolution. So if you look at our journey, it has been a growth journey all along. Second slide, please. Okay, so this is like a footprint of our operations. We run 4 cement plants. We have 2 in the west, in Ewekoro, that is in Ogun State, as well as in Shagamu, Ogun State. We have 1 in Ifamosin, that is in Cross River State, Calabar. And then we have 1 in the northeast in Gombe, which is our Ashaka plant. So we run 4 cement plants. We run 24 depots to make sure that we are available. We are closer to the last man. And we also have a ready-mix concrete sites. We have about 8 of those sites. So our operations cover all over the country. And then the good news that we also will be sharing with you today is that with Washing Building Materials Group becoming our controlling owners, they are investing in Nigeria, and we are going to be bringing in an additional capacity of 4.5 million metric tons in the next 12 months. Thank you. You can clap to that. All right, so the interesting part, let's go to our products and our solutions portfolio. So at Lafarge, we are not just a cement company. We are a building solutions company, and we have one of the widest and the deepest portfolio in the country. So I'll just quickly take you through. I am not an engineer, I'm a consumer like you, so I'm going to speak strictly from the point of being a consumer. So first of all, we have cement. As I said, HBM Nigeria PLC, we have one of the widest and deepest portfolio of building solutions in the country. So if you look at our cement space, we have what you call our general purpose cement, which is technically known as 32.5. It is general purpose because that is the cement you use when you are building from a bungalow to a 2-level building that doesn't bear a lot of loads. So this is our general purpose cement called 32.5, and we have 3 brands. Our brands are regional because of the composition of the company. So we have Elephant in the west, we have Unicem in the south and the east, and we have Ashaka cement in the north. Now, within the general purpose cement, because we're a business that also believes strongly in sustainability, we pioneered what we call low carbon cement in Nigeria. If you know, I'm talking to people who know a lot about the construction industry in this room. Cement manufacturers, we are one of the biggest polluters because our operations is energy intense. So as a business, we are always into research and development to see how we can lower that emission. Last year, we launched the first low carbon cement in Nigeria called our EcoCem, and we have Elephant cement in Lagos and West, as well as Unicem. These 2 cements are low carbon cements When you use them, they emit 30% less CO2. So it significantly reduces your CO2 footprint. So even within our, thank you. Thank you. So even within our general purpose cement, we still have what we call the low carbon cement. Then moving on, we have another cement that we have formulated specially for blocks and precast. So whilst the general purpose cement, it is good for concreting, it is good for plastering, and it is also good for block making if you are not a commercial block maker. If you have all the time and you have space, you are doing your own work job, your own building project, and you want to optimize your budget, you can use the 32.5 for your own block making. But when it goes to commercial block makers, they need a block that can set faster. Because they are commercial, they need to turn around things faster. And that is why we formulated Superset for that segment. So Superset is excellent for commercial block makers, as well as when you are building beyond 3 levels and your building is going to be load bearing. Then we have what we call our infrastructure cement. These are cements that have been formulated for like high-rise building. You know, people who are into big projects, load-bearing projects. We have Power Max specially formulated and positioned to that segment. We also have specialized cement. For example, if you are building in a very, very close to the Atlantic, if you are building in conditions that are high salt conditions, we have what you call sulfate-resistant cement. Our SRC cement is also positioned for that kind of building. Then in 2024, HBM Nigeria PLC, then Lafarge, we launched the first waterproof cement in Nigeria called Water Shield. And this is because we see that people who are building in waterlogged areas or building in places where there's a lot of underground water, water can become the enemy of that structure. So our Water Shield cement has been formulated specially to ensure that when you use it in your project, it will significantly reduce the capillary action of water in that structure. So I'm from Lagos, for those building around Lekki, you know, where there's a lot of water, and I think even Abuja has a lot of underground water. This cement has been specially formulated to prevent water attack on your structures. If we leave cement, we also have a category called mortar. So our mortar solution today is called Superfix, which is a dry mix tile adhesive. So it means that when you have your project, you don't need your tiler to be buying cement, mixing with water, getting all the ratios wrong. Our tile adhesive already comes pre-mixed. All you need to do is add water, and you can use. So those are the kind of innovation, because if you go to other parts of the world, you see all these emerging trends in construction. And as a business, we want to bring those same emerging trends to Nigeria. So we have our Superfix tile adhesive to take care of that. We also have our gypsum plaster of Paris for all the aesthetics that we now have in building. And lastly, but not the least, we have ready-mix concrete, which is concrete that is already mixed for you. You don't need to worry about the ratio, and you can just pour in your jobs, right? And we have different types, depending on the design needs of the client. We can make different designs for you to suit your project. Last year also, we took another initiative to also expand our low carbon offering into concrete, because we know there are people running big projects. And some of these projects, if you do it rightly, you can access what they call green financing. So we also brought that capability to Nigeria to be able to use a low carbon concrete in your building, equipped also with all the carbon calculator to help you really calculate how you have reduced carbon in that project. Our low carbon concrete is called EcoCrete, and this was launched last year. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can see that HBM is not just a cement company. We're a building solutions company. We thrive on innovation, we thrive on sustainability, and we continue to invest in R&D to be sure that we are giving Nigerians products that are cutting edge and that are supporting emerging trends in the construction space. Next slide, please. Okay. So, we just want to assure Nigerians that yes, our corporate name has changed, but we remain HBM Nigeria PLC a responsible company in the building material space. Our quality has not changed. Our service, our innovation has not changed. But because we have a new owner, it demands that we change our name to align with our new owners. And the good news is that a lot of investments will be coming from the new owners into Nigeria. So this is just a video just to announce the change. And then I will close by just sharing with you just a little peek of what is to come, with us having the Washim Building Materials Group, now an investor in Nigeria. Media people can...
We interrupt this broadcast for this special announcement. Nigeria's premier building solutions company, 20th Aafrica PLC, is now HBM Nigeria PLC.
As HBM Nigeria PLC, formerly Lafarge, will remain a leader in sustainable building solutions and innovation. Together, you and us have built the foundations of yesterday and today. Together, we'll build the next possibilities. HBM Nigeria PLC, formerly Lafarge Africa PLC, beyond buildings.
Thank you. And as I said, I'm going to leave you just with a little taste of what is coming with us having Washim Building Materials Group, now present in Nigeria. And just to also tell you, Washim is not just a building solutions company. They are also manufacturers of cement equipment. So they are also an OEM when it comes to cement materials, cement producing materials. So please, let's have the last video.
I am Washim, a contributor to a better life. From the foundation of cement, to the skeleton of aggregate, to the arteries of concrete, we are more than a basic supplier. We are your full scenario building solutions partner. My strength is rooted in China and spans the globe. But my pursuit goes beyond strength. Innovation makes me smarter. I harness waste as industrial fuel, protecting our own mountains and clear waters. All this for a safer, greener, and better living space. We are a world-leading integrated building material solutions provider. Across continents and cultures, in every community we serve, we lay the groundwork for progress and forge the foundations of tomorrow. Washim, a beautiful world starts with us.
Thank you. Thank you, media. So, ladies and gentlemen, good things are coming our way. Thank you very much. Our stand is outside. You can come around so that we can talk better. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, the representative of HBM. Please, another round of applause. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that you know nothing about construction and cement and a lot. You would have learned a lot today, right? From Lafarge or HBM to Dangote as well. I've never heard 32.5 R before, but today I know. Now I know that R in front means rapid. All right, and then I just heard today that there's a low carbon cement that I did not have an idea of. All I know is they just mix stuff and it dries up, isn't it? If you've learned some things, please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you very, very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before we go on to some presentations, I want to give you a quick heads up. We have a raffle draw, so sit back, relax. There's something to be won, all right? So no moving around. If you what they call that thing? If you snooze, you lose. So don't snooze, so you don't lose. All right, so this is just a heads up. If you know you're gonna step out, I suggest you stay put. All right, so we'll move on to the presentations now. We will have a presentation from another leading brand in the construction industry, and clearly it's a name that you cannot forget. It's a name that resonates with us because it's more like everybody knows. It's one of the oldest. It's been in existence since 1959 thereabouts. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to the very popular and widely known, first listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. The brand is no other than Badger Paint. Please put your hands together as they come up for their presentation, please. Badger Paint, please, presentation. But they said okay. All right. To do a presentation now, please put your hands together as a welcome CAP, please. Please put your hands together.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to first correct that mistake from the presenter. We are Chemical and Allied Products PLC, the foremost paint manufacturer in Nigeria, with over 70 years of experience delivering high quality, premium quality paint products. Of course, you know us as Dulux. We're also the makers of Santex, Caplux, and of course, we're the representatives of MPL in Nigeria. So that's CAP. Media, I think we start with the video that cues us in. There's supposed to be audio with this. Thank you very much. So today, being Nigeria's leading paint brand, and of course in line with the theme of our exhibition today, which is the African International Housing Show, first of all, I'd like to say kudos to the organizers of this epochal event, which, by the way, is Africa's preeminent housing show. So congratulations on 20 years of doing this. It's been an amazing run. And we've been partners with the African Housing Show for quite a while, and we're proud to be part of this particular edition. The conversation we're going to have today is about color as a language of African modernity. To us in CAP, we are at a defining crossroads, and this is because much of what we count as premium quality in Africa is derived by foreign influences. But our vision is to create Africa inspired by colors. And that's why we have a wide range of products that are specifically designed to meet the needs of Africans wherever they may be. And because we understand that we need to evolve in our tastes, what we're trying to preach now is to start looking inwards in what defines color, what defines premiumness for us as Africans. We're looking at polished but culturally empty spaces, which defines much of the landscape in our major cities. For instance, if you see a typical house in the States in Lekki, for instance, you'd see gray, beige, just things that are just sterile. But what we're proposing is that we start looking at inspiration drawn from the African landscape, from things that are natural to us, such that we can start looking at environments that elevate living experiences of those who are there. So it's not just a functional living, but living that elevates your experience. And that's what we stand for. So for us, a space can be elegant, minimalist, and technologically advanced while remaining unmistakably African in mood, texture, and emotional resonance. And for us, we should start looking at taking inspiration from our northern Nigerian clay, West African textiles, Benin artistry, our sunlit grasslands, and of course, beadwork and light, which are icons of what we stand for. Color to us humanizes the digital. It softens technologically driven living and supports emotional well-being and reconnects people to the places where they stay. And for that matter, CAP stands as a trusted partner for builders, interior designers, civil engineers, and we would like to extend a hand of fellowship to all the disciplines across the built environment with our different brands, Dulux, Santex, Caplux, and of course, Empel. In Dulux, we have a range called Dulux Premium, which is Dulux Trade, which stands as the epitome of excellence when it comes to durability, spread rate, and of course, this is the high mark of what it means to actually use paint in Nigeria. We also have Dulux Regular, which is very well known. And we just launched a Dulux Spruce Premium Standard segment, which is designed to give you that high quality at a much more affordable rate. Under our umbrella in CAP, we also have Santex Paint, which is also very well known. And we have Caplux, which is our surface preparation product line. And like I mentioned earlier, we are the representatives of MPL in Nigeria. With CAP, you have a guarantee of reliable quality, best price for value, profitability for our partners, and of course, a secure reputation for anyone who uses our products. And beyond that, our customers can also bank on the high quality customer support that we offer after sales. We have quite a number of projects that we have executed across Nigeria, and we're proud to have served the top brands across different industries when it comes to delivering paint and building support. Again, we are here to inspire a new Africa inspired by color, and we're proud to be part of this epochal event, the 20th edition of the African International Housing Show. And thank you very much again for having us.
Thank you so much, CAP, the Nigeria's largest paint and coating manufacturer and subsidiary of UAC. Thank you very much. And this is a quick example of how information is lost when it's being passed from one person to the next. But then we do our best to make sure we're sending the right information. All right. Thank you very much once again. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned earlier that there was a raffle, right? And I said, if you snooze, you lose. Anyways, I'm referring to the people that are doing that, but please, I would like you to, I want to be very sure now. I really want to be very sure. Okay. All right. They're leading household brand of architecture and decorative paint manufacturers in Nigeria. In Nigeria, by paint and coating manufacturers, I mean. Please put your hands together as we welcome for a time of presentation, Proma Paints.
Let me also say that last year they did a raffle draw and I won a voucher of 50,000 naira.
Now you are boasting.
Immediately after the show, I took my children out for shopping. So put your hands together for them, ladies and gentlemen. And they have come again with the voucher. And you have a chance, everyone seated here, to win between 50 to 200,000 naira. If you want to win 200, shout amen. Thank you.
That was a quick show off. A very sound show off. Proma, thank you. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an exciting time and opportunity to be here. And when I say exciting, I do not take this for granted. I stand on existing protocol. And I'm happy to celebrate with Africa, the organizers of Africa International Housing Show, as they celebrate their 20th year. We're proud to be associated with you. And we put our weight solidly behind our words. We'll be having a raffle draw live at our booth immediately after this presentation. My colleagues are moving around, giving raffle tickets. We just want you to feel it. Please don't forget the MCO. They also stand a chance to win. Please put your name and your phone number. Immediately after the presentation, we'll be picking some tickets, and it's going to be free and fair. And like they said, there's enough to go around. The least you will earn is 50,000 SPA tickets. So if you're excited about leaving the show and just going to SPA, you know when you move around and conveniently drop things in your basket, knowing that you're not the one paying for it. Yes, we are ready to pay for it. So after the presentation, you come to our booth where the raffle will be drawn. Thank you. Let's have the presentation slides. Please play it. Please, I need audio. I need audio on the... Okay, while they are working on the audio, it's basically a video of how your paint is being mixed. We are not hiding. We are not in the shadow. We are not under anyone's shadow. We are proud to show you how we mix our paint, what our factory looks like, and what you stand to gain. So please, if you can put audio to the video, I don't mind if you can take that again. Okay, thank you everyone. The company name, I'll start with that, is PCMN. That is called Paint and Coatings Manufacturers Nigeria Limited. And under the company, we have some flagship brands. One of it is the Plascon range. I know some of us have heard about Plascon. Plascon is a South African brand. It's all are decorative. It's a decorative brand. When I say decorative, paint are used for various reasons. You have marine paint, you have those that are used for protective coatings, but decorative is purely functional and aesthetics. So we have the Plascon range, we have the Proma range, and we also have the High Classic and the Classic range. And today we'll be talking about some of our Proma products. Please, can I have the slides? Please move on, the next one. After the video, okay. Promo paint is manufactured in Nigeria by Paints and Coatings Manufacturers Nigeria Limited. Paint and Coating started 2012. Since 2012, we actually celebrated our 25th year, and we provide paint solutions across board. We have the Premium Plus, we have the Mid Premium, and we have the Standard range for developers. Let's go on. Next slide, please. Our legacy. Okay, Paint and Coatings PCMN is an ISO 901 certified, ISO 1401 certified, ISO 4501 certified. And you know that as a company, we don't only sell decorative products, we sell industrial coatings too. We sell marine coating. And so, in accordance with Nigerian Content Development Act, PCMN has significantly contributed to major projects. We are also the first company in Nigeria, the first indigenous company in Nigeria to ship paint product to China and South Korea. And this was done for an FPSO project. Let's go on the next slide. Our product range. Yes, move on. We have the Plascon range, and for the Plascon range is positioned as a Premium Plus product. You are looking for luxury. You want a paint where you want to paint your house and people come in and they see the wow effect. We recommend the Plascon range. Let's move on. Under the Plascon range, we have the Double Velvet. If you're looking for a paint that is completely eco-friendly, zero emission, zero carbon emission, the Double Velvet is it. We use the Double Velvet in hospitals. You want to paint your theaters in hospitals. You want to apply a paint without shutting down the entire operation of your hotel or your hospital. The Double Velvet is what you use. It has cleanable property, and it's a paint that is safe for everybody. When I mean safe for everybody, you have an asthmatic patient, you can apply this paint and the person stays inside without zero triggers. You don't have any trigger. You can use it for schools, you can use it for hospitals, you can use it for hotel. You want to quickly renovate a part or a wing of an hotel without shutting down the entire operation. I recommend this. It's water-based, you don't have to open the door, zero odor, and it's safe. Yes, the next slide. The next one, please. Okay, we have this. Cashmere is a matte variant of Double Velvet. What this does is that why Double Velvet is cleanable, this is also cleanable, but not as much as you have with Double Velvet. This is a matte version. The spread rate is 16 meters square per liter. And of course, it's applied in 2 coats. And let me point out to you that in Plascon range and all our range, we can produce over 120,000 colors. So that's another good effect about us. You see a color, you just have to snap it and bring it to us. We have a machine that detects the color and will readily dispense the right color to you in our showrooms. Let's move on. Then we have Velva Glow. Velva Glow is positioned for metal products, metal substrates. You want to paint your balustrades, your metal rails, Velva Glow is what you have. Or you even want to paint your door handle, you want to varnish your wood finish, Velva Glow is what you have. And like I said, this is a solvent-based paint and it covers 30 meters square per liter. Let's go on. The next one. Please, let's move on because of time. Wall and All. Wall and All is specifically designed for both in and out. We have areas in Lagos that we've used Wall and All. 10 years, they are still standing. What's the beauty about this product? It has a self-cleaning ability. You have a property in a dusty area. You apply the paint. The moment the rain comes on, it washes off the dust. It looks good as new. It can be applied both internally and externally. You are looking for longevity, you are looking for durability, you are looking for something that will give you a longer lifespan. I will recommend Wall and All for you. And as a person, if your maintenance cycle is not so short, is longer, then I'll recommend Wall and All for you. Let's move on to the next one. Mica Tech. Some people want a texture finish. You have a substrate that you have map creased wall, and you don't want this textured finish where you have bigger aggregate in the paint. The Mica Tech is what I will recommend. It's a textured finish, but you don't see the aggregate unless you come closer. From afar, it looks like matte. The finish is flat. It is when you come closer that you see that it has fine granules in it. It has a power to hide imperfection. So instead of you screeding, you want to paint your external wall, you don't want to screed, you can go for mica text. Let's go on. Okay, and then the Proma range. For all the range in the Plascon range, we have an equivalent of it in the Proma range. The Proma range is our premium range. Please, let's move on. I'll just talk briefly. We have the Proma Cree. You can see the example. Children, you have kids at home writing on walls. With the Proma Cree, you can wipe off instantly. Just put a cloth in water and wipe it off. The color retention is intact. The paint doesn't come off at all. So for schools, you can use this. Let's move on. Proma Shield. Proma Shield offers you an external protection for your products. It has antifungal properties. So if you are painting in an area where you have fungi, I recommend Proma Shield. It can be used in and out. Let's go on. Proma Sheen. You don't want the level of glossiness that you have with Proma Cree, but you also want a paint that is cleanable. That is what Proma Sheen does. So for all this range, we have a large product offering that you can play around based on the finish you want, based on the quality you want, based on what and the interpretation of what color means to you. We can play around all of this. Let's move on. Then the Proma text, you can see what it looks like. The grains are finer. It's not as pronounced as you have in other texture paints. Let's go on. Okay, we have the Proma Screed. One beauty about this Proma Screed, for people who have used this before, if you screed with Proma Screed, you know when you go to a site and you touch the wall and paint comes off on you or screed comes off on you, you don't have that with this. When you screed with this, you touch it, the surface is as smooth as glass. And when I say as smooth as glass, I am 100% certain of that. So there is proper adhesion with your top coat. You don't have chalking with Proma Screed. Let's go on. Then the Proma Gloss is solvent based for your metal substrates too. Yes, the next one. Then we have our mid-premium range. You have the acrylic satin, you have the matte, and you have the textured. They are just a variant of every other one that I have introduced before. And of course, they are a cheaper brand. So if you are looking for quality but at an affordable rate, this is what you go for. Then the next slide, please. And this is our standard range. You are a developer. You know that the person buying the house will still come in and repaint. However, you want to do a good job, I recommend this. This stands the test of time. We have it in matte, we have it in satin, we have it in textured, and it will also stay. Yes, the next slide, please. Let's move on. Now, I want to dwell a bit on our surface preparatory products. As a company, PCMN, we don't just manufacture and sell paints. We are a solution provider. So it's not just about come, we want to sell to you. We provide solution. And the first product here is bonding liquid. What does bonding liquid do? You have friable plaster. The plaster is already giving up. You know, you have some houses that they've been plastered for long, or you have a place that is chalking. Bonding liquid gives you adhesion. Or you want to paint on tiles, bonding liquid give you that adhesion before you put your top coat on. Then you have, let me talk about the damp seal. The damp seal, you have rising water. Water is disturbing you. Moisture is disturbing you. You have bulging on your substrate. You have water seeping from the ground. Or your room is sharing a wall with a bathroom or a kitchen and water is disturbing you. What this paint does is that it gives it a breathable surface for the moisture inside to be able to come out before your top coat. And the second part of it is the multi-seal. You have your coping, freestanding fences, your cantilever beams where you experience algae growth first. You can use this. It offers a protection on the substrate before your top coat. A lot of people buy expensive paint and they come back and say, oh, the paint fails. And I tell you, we don't paint to clean, we clean to paint, which means that you must first do the right thing, apply the right surface preparation, and then your top coat lasts longer. So thank you all. Next one. And these are some of the projects that we've done. We painted the Wale Cultural Center for Creative Art. That is the National Theatre in Igomu. And I will tell you that we are across Nigeria. We're in Port Harcourt, we're in Gombe, we're in Kano, we're in Abuja, we're in Asaba, we're in Lagos, both on the mainland and on the island. And we're still looking for people to partner with us. So as a developer or you are a business person, you are looking to diversify, you are looking for another range of business to invest in. You are also looking for another streams of income, or you want to set up your wife or your girlfriend or your friend or even your enemy, or you want to go in partnership with your sibling. This is something that you can think of. It is affordable. With just 20 million, you can be a distributor with us. Just 20 million naira. And you start to gain so many things: marketing support, technical support, color scheming support. So if you are interested about being our distributor, please come to our stand. We can talk to you more about it and what it entails. My fellow people, I hope I have been able to convince you to be part of Proma. And don't forget, immediately, as I walk out of this place, we are doing the raffle draw. I hope I will see you there, and I hope you will win something big, so that next year you will be the one sharing the testimony. Okay, I'll leave that to you. Thank you all. Thank you for listening.
I hope she has been able to convince you that the draw is not happening now till after the last panel. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, quickly before we continue with the corporate presentations, we'll still have corporate presentations from Starwood and Construct. Please, if you are in the building, get ready. You're coming up immediately after this quick recognition and speech. I would also like to recognize the presence of a professor all the way from Côte d'Ivoire, right? The president of Emeruna Ejikene. Please, is he here? Just wave. You're welcome, sir. Just give us a few minutes. You will come up shortly. He's also the representative of the President, Chamber of Commerce, Côte d'Ivoire. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you very much. Quickly, we would like to take a presentation, a corporate presentation from Starwood, and after which we will have another presentation from Construct. While that is being set up, please put your hands together as we welcome Professor Emeruna Ejikene for his speech. Please, a round of applause as he comes up for his speech.
While he's coming up, I just want to reiterate that the draw will happen here, live here, and it will be after the last panel. So if you want to be a part of it, please do well to stay. The last panel will just be for like 30 to 45 minutes. I promise you that before 6 p.m. we will be out of here. Bear with us. Don't go. You stand a chance to lose 200,000 naira. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him once again for his speech.
Thank you very much. I am Professor Emeruna Ejikene, representing the President of the Chamber of Commerce of Côte d'Ivoire, Mr. Toure Fama, who couldn't make the trip to Abuja this time. I will read his message. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's my great pleasure to address you today on behalf of the Côte d'Ivoire Chamber of Commerce and Industry and its president, Toure Fama. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this exhibition, which focus on a highly important issue from both a social and a business perspective. Housing plays a fundamental role in improving the quality of life of the population. At the same time, the real estate sector is one of the most dynamic industries in the world. I would like to share Cote d'Ivoire's experience in this field. To do so, I will discuss the current housing situation in Cote d'Ivoire, the solutions being implemented by the government to address housing challenges, and finally, the expected role of the private sector and the investment opportunities available. Housing situation in Cote d'Ivoire. Since 2010, Cote d'Ivoire has been implementing 5-year national development plans. The most recent plan covers the 2030 period and provides a comprehensive assessment of the country's housing sector. Cote d'Ivoire is experiencing rapid urbanization with the urbanization rate increasing from 42.5% in 1998 to 52.5% in 2021. One of the major consequences of this rapid urban growth is the mismatch between existing infrastructures and the actual needs of the population, particularly in terms of housing. The annual growth is in urban housing. Demand is estimated at 10%. Total housing needs amount to 827,753 units, including 137,018 units for newly established households, making 349,808 units to address the quantitative housing deficit, and 340,927 units to improve the qualitative housing deficit. Okay, so the main causes of this housing shortage include deficit access to urban land, limited housing finance and house ownership mechanism, insufficient industrialization of the local production of construction materials, the proliferation of informal settlements, and the deterioration of older neighborhoods. Another point is weak urban planning and land development system. As a result, several key challenges must be addressed. Strengthen the institutional, legal, and sector planning framework. Secondly, developing, rehabilitating, and maintaining sanitation and public health infrastructures. Implementing major structural housing programs and ensuring sustainable financial resource mobilization. Promoting the circular economy and professionalizing the management of liquid and solid waste, enhancing communication, public awareness, and community engagement. Government strategic direction, point 3 of my speech. To address the low level of housing production, the government has adopted several important measures, including the establishment of National Housing Agency called ANA, the creation of Social Housing Guarantee Fund, the recapitalization of the Housing Bank of Cote d'Ivoire, BHCI, the introduction of a dedicated parafiscal tax to support housing financing. In addition, several reforms have been implemented to improve the management of the state's real estate assets and to facilitate the issuance of land ownership titles. The fourth one, the role of the private sector and investment opportunities. The government of Cote d'Ivoire is inviting both domestic and international private investors to contribute up to 70.2% of the financing required for the implementation of the National Development Plan. Getting to the end, in the housing sector, investors benefit from incentives provided under the investment code, as well as other support mechanisms designed to accelerate housing development and reduce the existing housing deficit. In my opinion, this housing gap cannot be closed in the short term. This is precisely why I warmly invite you to come to Cote d'Ivoire and invest in the real estate sector. The Cote d'Ivoire Chamber of Commerce and Industry stands ready to support you throughout your establishment and investment process in Cote d'Ivoire. Thank you very much for your attention and hope to see you very soon in Cote d'Ivoire.
Thank you very much, Professor Emeruwa, all the way from Cote d'Ivoire. Please, another round of applause for him. Thank you. Please, I would like to make a quick announcement concerning the raffle forms. Some people actually dropped the wrong part of the form, all right? We need you to drop the whole part. That's the bigger part of the form where your name is filled, phone number, and email address and all, right? You drop that in here, not the other parts of it. So please, if you hear your name, please just come over, pick it up, and then do the needful. Thank you. Halima Jubril, please, can you come and pick yours? Ayeni Nick Abiodun, Kayode Omotosho, and Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi. All right, so these are your forms. Please come and take back this and drop the other one in the raffle bucket. Without further ado, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, take the other one and drop it. Halima Jubril, right? Kayode Omotosho, and Dr. Emmanuel Akinwumi. Quickly, I would like to call out the names of the next panel, which is a very interesting topic. Please, if you have your friends out there and you need them, you would like to call them now. I would advise that you call them now, because this particular session is a very interesting session and it involves the young people. Very interesting. It says the next housing economy, what young Africans are doing differently. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the panelists on this session are GCEO Vista Holdings Limited, Lagos, Nigeria, the person of Tony Kolawole Aspire. The next person is CEO TUHF 21, all the way from South Africa, Lusanda Neshitenzi. Did I get that? All right, please make your way to the front as we'll delve into the next panel session. The next person is the CEO Aqua Millennium City, in the person of Chimi Ogwebile. Please, a round of applause as she comes up. Please, a round of applause. Thank you. We'd also like to invite for the panel session the Managing Director, Zalox Group, Oluwatosin Olatujoye. Please, a round of applause as he comes up. The next person is the GMD CEO, LCR Limited, Lagos, Nigeria, Dr. Harrison Agboifo. Please, a round of applause. And another person on this panel is the founder and CEO of IBEN Group, Chief Andy Elerewe. Please, a round of applause. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this session is a very interesting founder, one that we've been seeing a lot of his brand representation in different forms. He's also a foremost name in the Nigerian real estate sector, in the person of the founder CEO Hall 7, the speaker and moderator for this session, the person of Olayinka Brimo. Please, a round of applause as he comes up to take over this session. Keep it coming, keep it coming. Put your hands together. Thank you very much.
Hello, hi. Where are the other people?
Good evening, distinguished guests.
I think you need to speak closer to the thing.
I reckon that the timing for this session, I think we're way behind schedule. But however, we'll try to do justice to this session. Primarily, do we have people that are below 35 here? Not to embarrass you, below 35 and own a property. Below 35 and you own a property. I could see 1, 2, 3. Yeah, quite very few compared to the numbers of people that are below 35. And the topic for this session is what the young Africans are doing differently when it comes to housing development, the next housing economy. First of all, I think a couple of us were here on Tuesday at the first session. And we all understand the challenges which we'll talk about today regarding the accessibility to housing and what young Africans are doing differently. The crisis today in the industry is older than the younger generation that are creating solutions to the crisis that we have today. We have lots of younger developers or young developers across Africa today that are finding solutions to the challenges that we have met. And I would say that we are not going to be talking about housing, the development, or as a problem, but rather we'll be talking about development as a platform. Some decades back, development used to be you buy your land, you build, you sell as developers. But today, it's no longer the same. There are a lot of developers looking for ways to work with the faulty system that we have met. And with that, we've been able to say considerably, we've seen considerable results across board, across the industry, with fractional home ownership, fractional investment ownership, co-development, as well as developers finding alternatives to payment structure in the absence of the structured mortgages. Mortgages, as discussed earlier, was not designed for us in mind, given the fact that our lifestyle, our system of doing businesses, we have the majority of our people in the informal sector. And with the majority of our people in the informal sector, it is difficult to access mortgages because mortgages are basically for guaranteed earners, guaranteed income earners. But the people in the informal sector that do not belong to this class are excluded from being able to access mortgages. So the question now is, how are we going to be able to sustain the systems we have been able to develop across board by a lot of young developers today? How are we going to be able to sustain it and hand over a better housing system or financing structure to the next generation? And today, with me, I have, unfortunately, we only have two of the panelists available, which is Aspire. He's been doing a lot in the industry. We recognize all your projects across, and we will be discussing as well with our sister from South Africa. So we will, as much as we can, just have a conversation around how we can sustain the solutions developers are providing today around the challenges that we have. I had a little bit of conversation with the Honorable Commissioner for Housing from Cross River. Yeah. And of course, the story is the same. Our people cannot access mortgages. Funding is a problem. The majority of our people are operating in the informal sector. So how do we solve this problem? How do we put systems in place, build systems around the solutions that various developers are implementing today across Africa? So I will start my session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Hello. Okay.
Okay, so for the youth now, what we are doing differently from what has been done in the past, for us, we developers, like in Lagos, because I'm the real estate developer chairman for Lagos, which is REDAN, Real Estate Developers Association of Nigeria. So we come together, look at projects that for one person cannot do or one company cannot do. We bring capital together and collaborate even with government. So for the past 2 years now, we even work with LSDPC for Lagos State. We even work with LSDPC. That is, they give us the land, we work as JV partners on those land. So one or two developers can come together and pull out resources together to develop those units. Because when we look at the issue of affordability in Lagos or even in Nigeria, lands is one of those things that really make this housing that we talk about not being affordable. Example, those land that we started selling, that we started our first project with in 2020, that we bought for as low as 15 million, as low as for 20 plus, we got it for 400 million, which is what price is that? We bought 20 plots for 400 million. I think that is how much? Within 10 million or thereabout. Those same property now, within the next, just within 5 years, 6 years, we are getting those land that we bought for as little as 10 million, 15 million. Then we are getting them not less than 200 million in the area where it's not even that posh, which is Aja Aziz to Shongotedo Aziz. So when you look at those things, when you are bringing those properties into the market, those houses that we are bidding on those land, because of the land itself is very, very expensive to even buy. So we collaborate, real estate developers, they collaborate, they can get this parcel of land and divide this parcel of land and build on them. And another thing that we do is that we do, since those mortgages are hard for our subscribers to access, we do what we call instrumental payment. I remember when we started, then we do up to 3 years. But now, because of inflation, we can't even do that anymore. So now what we do is that we do between 1 year to 2 years. So people can pay the initial deposit and be spreading the payment for the duration of time that we have. So those are one or two things that we do differently as real estate developer, where I'm coming from, which is Lagos State. Thank you.
So, Dr. Aspire, what would you say has been the greatest challenge in trying to address the informal sector? In terms of, yes, you said they cannot access mortgages, right? And do you consider options of their ability to be able to pay over the period of the 1 to 2 years that you give as your installment payment?
We consider that. We do within 2 years. Mass.
Okay. So
for now.
What will you consider in terms of percentage now, or on a scale of 1 to 10, in terms of your success rate in introducing the installment? Because you're already a de facto a mortgage provider, so to say, because you have inflation to deal with.
Yeah.
You have the possible devaluation to deal with. So how have you been able to sustain this model? Because we have a lot of younger developers, would-be developers that will be coming into the industry. Given the deficit, what we're doing right now, we can't solve the problem. We can only do a bit. So a lot of younger ones coming into the industry, what will you advise them, vis-a-vis your success rate in the industry regarding your installment model?
Okay, so another thing that I see that is playing out is for that installment, you that is doing the 3 to 6 months, we actually call that that you are doing like we are not adding any money to it, as in adding any percentage to it. So we still have some of our buyers, but mostly from diaspora, that they will say, no, I don't want to do this 12 months, because on the 12 months, 1 year, 2 years, this thing, we add additional money because of inflation. We have to consider that in our pricing. So what we do is that as we bring it to the market, we look for the buyer, which we even have already, because for my company, what we do, because I have my company, which is Vista Holding, we have the biggest real estate brokerage firm. So there are already buyers that are ready to pay that. But for companies that does not have that, I'll be speaking now to the government now, because government should look into the mortgage matter, because we've done meeting upon meeting on this concerning this mortgage. We can't access mortgage easily. For my company, we've been on this for over 2 years. Even having Barrister Pesos as my chairman, I've done meeting upon meetings in assessing this mortgage is very difficult. So I think the private sector can't do this alone. The government too need to look into this, how we can Because in time past, we have what we call social housing. It's no longer in Nigeria. Social housing is even difficult now when you talk about what government is doing. So government should look into this mortgage matter so that we can be the same with what is happening in other African countries. I was in Kenya. I saw that the mortgage is even working more than what we have here in Nigeria. So I think we need government intervention on this.
Well, Dr. Asbaya, just to help in this regard, I like to think independently, right? And I believe that anything that has to do with expectation from government, I think we should leave that out and look at solutions that we've been able to put to work, and that is working. Of course, we have the Murphy, you have the MRIF, the 1 trillion naira.
But it's not going around. It's not going around.
Yes, it would not go around, but it's for some reason, at least it's a step, towards finding solution. I'm not government spokesperson, but I think that will help still people in the structured environment, the informal sector, because for the informal sector, we are looking at our mortgage penetration is about 1% in Nigeria, right? And our focus right now is on how do we solve the problem of the informal sector. A lot of monies in the informal sector. People in the informal sector, they've been paying rent, for several years, okay? Some have been able to buy their property through cash, and we know that a lot of people have been able to do mix in terms of mixed development, both for the super rich and then the moderate middle class income earners. That will bring me to Lucinda. South African mortgage penetration is about 16 to 20%. What have you been able to do differently, given the fact, about 2 decades in the industry? How have you been able to address the informal sector in terms of their accessibility to development, to housing in South Africa?
Thank you. I'm not sure if is this audible? All right. I think for me, before I come to your question, I just wanted, because the topic is supposed to be about what are young people or the youth doing differently today in the housing space? How are they innovating differently? And I'm sitting here, I'm thinking it's 4 o'clock. We have put this session at 4 o'clock on the last day of the conference. It means we're not taking our young people seriously. So they are not, in fact, a real conversation that we should be having. And as Africa, we are mainly a young population. In Nigeria alone, I was listening to the news this morning, 70% of Nigeria's population is young. So it means 70% of your own population here is below 35 years old. So rather than using that resource to change our economic prospects as an economy, we put them at the back of our conversation. So I wanted to make that point. So this is how we are not capitalizing on that resource. So that's the first thing. And then secondly, obviously, to have this conversation, we need to be able to have this conversation with the right audience. So the young people should be here listening and telling us what it is that they want to receive as solutions. So that's another point to make. But I think that for us, we are saying, don't look at young people as an informal economy. They're not. All they are is that they just have not had the track record that some of us who are now in our 50s have had. So you can't expect them to participate in the mortgage market the same way as someone like me, simply because they don't have the collateral to do that. So how do we then assist them to enter the market by thinking differently about what we require them to produce for them to access? So the first thing, if you are serious about backing young people, is to back them with what matters the most, which is capital. If you are not willing to put your money behind young people, then you are not willing to invest in young people. And you can't come and say to a young person, who is trying to start a business, because, if you look at this session, we could easily talk about young people as consumers of housing because they have to live somewhere. But I think we must talk about them as suppliers and developers of housing. How do we start saying to our young people, help us solve the housing problem in the continent? Because some of them have shown us, at least in South Africa, we have examples where we have young people starting to compete in providing affordable quality housing and making it accessible by competing with each other in terms of style and size of unit, etc. But what has made it possible is that we have backed them with the money without requiring the collateral that you would need from an established business. So you are saying, come with what you have, let's see your concept, whether or not it makes sense, and from the underlying cash flow of the property that you are wanting to develop, we will give you a facility to develop that property based on that underlying cash flow, not based on what you have in your pocket. Because we know this 35-year-old doesn't have anything in his pocket. He is relying on that business to produce income so that he can then repay the facility that he's asking from us. So that's the first thing, that you need to be very willing to listen and provide solutions that are relevant to the problem, and also to not look at it as informal, because it's not informal. It's somebody trying to start a business without having much in their pocket. And then secondly, if you look at issues of innovation, I mean, my daughter, when I buy a new phone, I just have to give it to her 2 seconds later, she's figured out how it's supposed to work. So if we are supposed to solve the issue of greening our housing developments and innovation around efficiencies, why don't we challenge our young people to start producing these solutions, because they will be able to apply their minds much quicker. I mean, I'm in my 50s. I can't think about these things as easily as a young person is able to. So we need to be able to use to tap in that resource. So for me, I think the message I want to share is that if we are really serious about developing this continent, we need to realize that we are a young population. And if we are a young population, it means we don't have track record. If we don't have track record, how then can we make the credit committees who are usually 70-year-olds start thinking about requiring information that is relevant for someone starting out in life? Don't ask them for collateral that they don't have. So for me, that's the reality. Beg them with money and mean it, and give them the audience and not the last lot on the last day of the conference.
All right. Thank you, Lucinda. Even though your point is well noted, today is not the last day of the conference, of the event, however, and even though I agree with you that it's important that the young people that we are supposed to be having these conversations with, having the interactive session with, majority are not here. And I believe that the organizers will do better next time in terms of this kind of session, not putting it on the last schedule for the day, right? Even though it's not the last day. Yeah, thank you. Though what you've discussed is still boils down to addressing housing within the formal sector, because you enjoy about 16 to 20% mortgage penetration. Here we have about 0.1%, less than 1% mortgage penetration. And because we have less than 1% mortgage penetration, we start looking at a lot of developers are now finding a way to work around a faulty system. We have a system that is faulty. Okay, we have a system that it's imported. I can't call it a homegrown system. But what we're doing right now is a lot of developers have been able to, and a lot of young developers have been able to find solutions around this. So the question now is, how do we build a system around the solutions we've been able to find with various developers in the industry today in Nigeria and in Africa, that we've seen developers that have created fractional home ownerships. We've seen developers that have created all sort of solutions, just working around what we have, where we are, like working with what we have where we are right now. How do we build systems around all of these solutions that are they're a little bit kind of scattered here and there? Yeah. How do we build a system around this?
Yeah, I think that the important thing is to be able to learn from each other, to be able to, I think that we are very good at trying to always start something new without learning and replicating what already exists. So there are models in different places that we can each learn from and start saying, for instance, if you look at blended finance, we provide that solution where we can provide a mortgage combined with a mezzanine facility so that the weighted cost of that capital to a starter client, which usually can be a young person, for instance, can then access that financing because the barrier to entry has now been made lower because of the blend. So blended financing mechanisms are an important instrument. What we need to start doing is to test where it works well and what refinements we need to introduce to make sure that it can be replicated in very different localities. But there is, I don't, at least in my experience, know of, because a mortgage instrument is such an old instrument and it's very set on its ways. It requires collateral because it's long term. You need to be able to know that it will be repaid. We need to think of more short-term measures that provide capital that is useful for the intended purpose. And I think that blended instruments that we're starting to see. So for us, for instance, we have what we call the Intutuko Equity Fund, which is a concessionary mezzanine loan that we provide together with our senior debt to a client, and therefore their overall cost of capital is then lower. But the trick is because in our continent, we are very good at trying to praise things that are big. So people always feel they must start large. So we always say to our clients, you have to start small. There's nothing wrong with you starting with 5 units this year, next year develop 10, next year develop 20. You don't have to do 1,000 units in one development at once because that's more expensive. And if you don't have your own equity to put into that transaction, it will never start. And then you get discouraged and feel that it's not doable. So I think that we need to start teaching young people the reality that in life, before you can run, you need to crawl, you need to walk. And so start small, and then we can support you with resources that make it. And then you can start proving your track record over time to say, now I can make a 10-unit development work, which means I can then make a 100-unit development work. But blended finance is a solution.
Thank you, Lucinda. I think there's a lot to learn and to pick from what you have said for younger developers, emerging developers, and would-be developers. Start small. Start with what you have. Don't jump into 1,000 when you have not even done a 10. Because you'll be able to build around this so that it will be more like a proof of concept. We're able to develop a 5 units, a 10 units, and be able to work around that. Dr. Aspire, same question for you. Are you documenting your processes such a way in terms for sustainability for the next generation?
Okay. So one of the ways that my company has been operating before now is that we try to train developers. There's a word that says that if they know better, they will do better. So every year, my company, which is the BRG, we do a summit for developers. And in those training, we have our documentation so that we can teach them what we have gone through. I remember when we want to start our first project, the land cost us for 400 million. Me and my 2 partners, we don't have that money. What we have then was just 60 million naira between the 3 of us. That was around 2019, and we started development 2020. That is our first building project, apart from doing site and services. So we met the landowner, the person who want to buy the property from. And he looked at us. He said, this money you must pay within 6 months. We dropped the 60 million, and we now have to go into the market. Thank God that the trust, we have helped a lot of homeowners to get property in time past. So when we got to the market, they saw, this is yours. If this is yours, I'll put my money into it. And we just started seeing them giving us money. So within the next 6 months, we are able to we didn't even do it 6 months. I think 5 months to 1 month to the expiration of that money, the payment of that money, we are able to pay. So all this, we document it, and we use it to train other developers. One thing I noticed, and one of the mistakes that my company did then, we are trying to build, just as Madam has said, they say if you can do 10, do 10. If you can do 20, do 20. We are able to do 48 units first. The second project we want to do is 107 units. Instead of us to divide it into phases, we want to develop all the 100 at the same time, or all the 107 at the same time. And it really affects us. Inflation came, it affected our projection. We could not be able to deliver it then. Thank God we have delivered it now. We could not deliver it, and all the profits that we're supposed to make on that project, we did not even make it. We even lost. You know, when you're doing projects, you're not even. We even lost. Thank God for somebody that I met at just like an event like this. I traveled to Dubai for a housing show. I met this developer, is developing in Lagos. It was even him now that was training me, and I'm older than him. But when you talk about mentorship in real estate, he has done 20 years before me, got into the business. So as Madam has said, we learn from each other. So when you see one developer doing this, you learn. And that has been what has been helping us. I've developed even some of my young developers now. Some of them are in their early 30s. I learn even from them. There's one of them that is doing around 150 units, and he called me to come and give out keys, like hand over keys. As I got there, lo and behold, instead of 150 units, he just did only 20 first. I said, why? He said, sir, I saw what you are doing. That was like some years back. Oh. I saw that you want to develop all the houses at the same time, and this will not help. Imagine somebody that I brought into the business is now the one training me and telling me what he has doing. And since then, we have taken that. So we learn from each other, and we are documenting everything. Most developers, they believe that they have the money, they want to do it. At the end of the day, they lost money doing that development. You are in one business before, maybe you are in oil and gas before, you heard that real estate is the main thing. You want to bring your money into it. So many developers, they as they came in, they go out of the system. And some of them are even running. They are not in Nigeria anymore because they could not develop those houses that they promised to their subscribers. So we document and we make sure that the next generation are learning from us that we started a few years back. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Aspire. Thank you, Lucinda. Take home from this session for me and for lots of younger generation developers that are coming and those that would be. It's for us to learn from one another. I'm particularly impressed about your model of bringing developers together to train other developers. Now, because we understand the fact that the deficit is huge and mostly in the urban centers, that is Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt constitutes the majority of this deficits in our country, given the fact that rural-urban migration is well over about 50% by NBS studies. So it's important to know that no matter how much you do, the market is huge. And for us to be committed to that, being able to build around the systems, solutions that are working for us. I'm sure the commissioner from Cross River will wonder, so how does this apply to states where a lot of developers will look at as, in quote, not viable, right? Because the mortgages can't work in those areas. And the informal sector have the money. I believe a lot of developers like Dr. Spire, and we have a couple of other developers that have companies within those segments that can collaborate with state governments, to provide solution to housing with the models that are working in the city centers. Because in all of these places, we have people running this informal sector with a lot of money. But all they just need is the opportunity to be available for them to be able to invest in real estate projects. Not that we wait and always look at the civil servants. Civil servants, sorry to say, because of their salary structure, majority doesn't fall within the bracket of those that can access mortgages. That's the truth, But you have to find a way to create the balance, like a lot of developers are doing, which I believe Aspire is doing as well, is we're doing a mix that is having the high end, because developers make more money on luxury projects, than the mid-range projects. So part of the solutions today is having that mix, which is working in a way that you go to the mid-range, you make some average margin, and on the high end, you make a bigger margin to be able to cushion the effect of inflation, possible devaluations, as we have had it in a couple of years. I think between 2020 and now, we've had like 3 or 4 devaluations that have hit developers very hard, hard blows across Nigeria. And the truth is, I don't think there's any developer that did not lose money in the last 4 years, heavily, lots of money, But of course, we are still in business, and those solutions that has helped a lot of developers to survive those devaluations, right? Those solutions can be replicated in states where you really don't have the civil service that have enough salary to be able to take on the commercial mortgages. Of course, like we keep saying, we have to build a system around these solutions that are working across Africa, because commercial banks are getting short-term funds. They cannot provide you with long-term mortgages. Reality, But as we have more people development and being able to adapt systems that are working, I believe we will be able to have a system built around systems that we outlast this generation. Thank you very much for listening to us, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Please, before we go, let's take a group photograph of the panelists. Thank you very much. What a conversation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please, another round of applause for them. Thank you for trusting the room with all of this information. Thank you very, very much. Sessions like this don't just happen, right? They don't happen by accident. So thanks to AIHS for this. It's an important time, and clearly there are lots of information and stuff we've heard today. All right? Please, I'd like you to put your hands together for Africa International Housing Show. As we close the chapter of the program today, I would like us to note that today a lot of practical information have been sent. A lot of practical information have been given out. Please do not let it fall to the ground. For developers and for realtors, for as many people that have spoken from this podium today, please take this information and put them to work. More importantly is events like this don't just happen. It's when we do not do any work, after which we have left, is where we leave the whole work that has been put in here to die. Please do not let those information die. Move with it, run with it. Let's make housing affordable. Please, you put your hands together for yourself. You've been fabulous. You have stayed up until this time. I want to find out if Proma is ready with the raffle draw yet. All right. I've just been informed that they are pushing the raffle draw till tomorrow. So, yes, they are pushing it till tomorrow. All right. Anyway, so it means if you know somewhere, you might just have a premonition that I'm going to win tomorrow. So you better show up tomorrow with your winning clothes and your winning cap and your dancing shoes. All right, ready to come and take the take what you want. Remember, they said it's about 200,000 naira. You know, the least you can win is 50,000. I know you are looking at. No, that's what I'm saying. The least you can win is 50,000. About 200,000. You can just be the only one winning the 200,000. Think about it. All right. So if you have any God you want to call the God tonight. Tomorrow you will win. Please put your hands together for yourself. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure talking to you all and having this conversation. We would say have a wonderful day. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.